Welcome back to yet another Snatcher stream. My name's Chromatic. Let's go ahead and jump into this and try to find where that hospital is. I think at this point it should give us a, I don't know, I guess a recap of what happened in the previous act. But to kind of just quickly summarize things, it's practically lore building, right? We did end up killing one Snatcher, and then the other Snatcher was killed by a bounty hunter. And who is this bounty hunter exactly, and where is this treatment facility for the Snatchers? Well, we'll find out today.
Okay, let's try to sort all this out. Metal Gear, would you mind helping out?
Not at all. Now projecting recorded video images.
Gibson calls in and you two immediately head for the abandoned factory in the M District. But when you arrived, Gibson had already been killed by someone, or something at the factory. From hair and skin samples recovered from his body, you determined that the perpetrators were two Snatchers, one male and one female. In addition, from a floppy disk containing notes from Gibson's investigation, you discovered that Snatchers have a crucial defect. Gibson was apparently killed because he had learned about this weak point. And this weak point is a key difference between them and real humans. Their artificial skin cannot tolerate ultraviolet rays. Long-term exposure causes it to become cancerous, a form of melanoma. This severely limits the places and times that they can operate to midwinter, when daylight hours are their shortest, and of course at night. And it looks as if it will take at least 6 months for them to develop a new skin which overcomes this fault. So their biggest weak point was that they had to keep themselves protected from ultraviolet rays over the past 6 months. Gibson really put his earlier training as a science cop to good use in figuring this one out. And that's why they use plenty of sunscreen, even in the middle of the winter. As a result of this, it becomes clear that there is one thing they must have to continue their survival. And that is medical facilities, where they can treat artificial skin which has become cancerous. And it appears that Gibson may have located a hospital used for this very purpose. In an effort to determine where Gibson had been investigating, you analyzed his stomach contents, found buffalo meat, and headed to the only place in the city that serves it, Outer Heaven. Isabella Velvet, a dancer at this place, gives you a description, which allows you to put together a montage of the man Gibson was trying to track down. You then ran this montage through the city's data bank, using Jordan. and that gave you two suspects, Ivan Rodriguez and Freddie Nielsen. But from the condition of Ivan's skin, you determined that there was no possibility he could be a Snatcher. There was no evidence at all of melanoma. But as he was in possession of liquid sky, you turned him over to narcotics. Following that, a search of Freddie Nielsen's home turned up large quantities of sunscreen. Nielsen's wife, Lisa Nielsen, turns out to be a Snatcher, and you dispose of her. And you confirm that the skin cells found under Gibson's nails were from Lisa. Freddie Nielsen also turns out to be a Snatcher, and you dispose of him as well. The hair sample that was found in Gibson's hand is confirmed as being from Freddie. So you are able to determine that these two Snatchers, Freddie and Lisa, were the ones who killed Gibson. But then we have a problem. The bounty hunter who saved you, Seed, Random Hajil. An investigation uncovers that the information he provided when he filled out his bounty hunter registration was completely false. So who is this guy? Friend or foe?
What about the bank account he was having his bounty deposited into?
It was a common account used for paying bounty, and the funds were retransferred from there. We couldn't learn anything from it. Thank you, Metal. And now for the real fun. The hospital that Gibson had tracked down. If we can hit that, we may be able to shut down this snatch operation of theirs. Or if we can find some kind of patient records there, we may be able to find them quite easily.
So, Little John's memory might provide us with an important lead.
That's right. If we're lucky, there may be something left that we can work with. Navigators record everything their junkers do, just in case.
Just in case, huh? Well, this looks like one of those cases.
Harry should have recovered it by now. Go see how he's doing. Seed, I'm counting on you to find this hospital.
Well, that was a very lengthy summary, but I should just let Benson Cunningham just let's play this entire game. I could not have summarized that better myself. All right, so we pretty much have our mission here. Basically, number one, find out what's in the memory chip from Little John, who was Jean-Jacques Gibson's navigator, little robo buddy. And number two, try and find out where the hospital is that is treating the artificial skin is for the other Snatchers, and to hopefully shut down that operation. So first things first, let's head over to engineering. This is engineering.
About time you got here, Gillian. I've got Little John's memory all ready for you.
Well, were you able to get anything from it?
Just relax. I'll put it on the monitor for you now. I'm afraid it was almost completely destroyed beyond recovery. Those Snatchers, they sure do a thorough job.
What do you mean? Wasn't there anything left?
Like I said, just relax. I was able to get one video image out of it. I don't have the slightest what this is, but it's definitely got something to do with Jean's investigation. This is it. So, Gillian, do you have any idea what this is?
Hospital Olean? This is almost certainly the Snatcher-controlled hospital that Gibson was looking for.
You ought to run the name through Jordan, but if that hospital is not legit, the data won't mean anything. This city is packed with unregistered hospitals.
The sign in this picture looks curved. This word Olean might continue past the edge of the image.
I've stored this image. You can view it at any time. Just use the graphic memory command in the possessions menu.
Alright, well, let's Olean with it and rock with it. We just need to give Napoleon a call because I think you might know something about this hospital, Olean. Now, what was his number again? 395644. What? You again? Sorry, you'd prefer a woman, I suppose? Whatever. Anyway, how about giving me the password? The 100-day. Please input using the cursor. Now, like I mentioned in the previous stream and in the act when we first met Napoleon, you'll basically ask for either one of those two countersigns. In this case, because he's asking for 100-day, we basically finish it with... If I can actually spell, that'd be great. Alright, you pass, but we can't talk on the video phone. I'll meet you in the usual place, which is Alton Plaza. He hung up. What are you going to do? Well, let's move back into the computer room. Maybe Jordan does know something about this. Let's find out. Gillian? What? Harry suggested that we check the hospital using the Jordan system, but the Jordan system doesn't offer a hospital search function. Really? This is the computer room. Well, it doesn't hurt to at least just give it a shot. Let's load a fact file. Oh, maybe you should do ID file instead. Well, we don't really have much else to go off on, so... No matching names on file. That's about what I expected, really. We don't have much of a choice here. Let's just head on over to Alton Plaza and meet up with Napoleon. Enter the turbocycle. Let's exit. I wonder if Napoleon is here. He probably is. And we do see a Santa on the bottom left there, which is... I don't think we saw that in the last stream. So who is this Santa? It's Christmas everywhere you look. Even Santa Claus is here. And this is why Snatcher is one of the best Christmas games ever made. Let's check out Santa Claus. A man dressed as Santa Claus is handing out tissues as an advertisement. Huh, that's Santa Claus. What's wrong? Nothing, probably just my imagination. Shall we check him out? Let's investigate Santa Claus. Let's check out the Santa. Let's go.
Wait a minute, you're no Santa.
How'd you guess?
What are you doing in that outfit?
What are you talking about? Ugh, I'm quitting this job. It's too dangerous. Somebody's after me. I'm gonna end up dead, just like Gibson.
It's none other than Napoleon, of course, if you haven't already guessed by the voice. So Napoleon is dressed up as Santa Claus here to not only hand out tissues as advertising, and also to kind of disguise himself from the Snatchers. Or at least he's paranoid enough to believe that there are Snatchers after him. Well, you know, being an informant and all. Dangerous job. So let's ask him about the hospital. I need some information about underground hospitals. Besides all of the legit hospitals, there are scores of those underground places all over the city. You'll never be able to find them all. Okay. Well, we do have that video memory. Olean Hospital? And knowing Napoleon, If you waste too much, the chief will be on you about squandering taxpayers' money again. Before that, why don't we take care of business? Fine. Damn, take it. Thanks a bundle. It may not be the one you're looking for, but I know an Olean hospital. Okay, where is it? Hey, I'm not doing this for fun, you know, you're gonna have to do a little better than that. You got a cold there, Napoleon? Some kind of allergy, I guess. I always get this way in the winter. An allergen that only operates in the winter? That could be Snow 9, you know? One can always pick up traces of Snow 9 wherever Snatchers appear. It's the sneezing, it just goes on and on. Fine, let's use cash again. Just as greedy as ever, eh? Here, take it. Thank you very much. It's a man-made strain that was developed by the military years ago as a defensive weapon to help protect bases and the like. But wasn't all of it disposed of long ago? Yes, but I hear talk that somebody started cultivating it again about 3 years ago. 3 years ago, huh? That's about the same time the Snatchers first appeared. I don't know too much about the Olean Hospital, but it's over in the RF district. Why don't you go check it out? I think I will. That's all I know. You'll have to do the rest yourself. So, let's see. The only thing I could think of is that Olean hospital I mentioned. A Chinese Santa, eh? Somehow you just don't fit the image. Well, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. Sounds pretty bad. I mean... Hey, don't be touching me. So, let's see. How do I get rid of Napoleon? Why don't you just go ahead and tell us who you really are, Napoleon? Nah, us informers are easier to get along with if you don't know who you really are. Okay, that's fair. There's a tag on the suit which says Rick Bakery Productions. That's the same place which makes those Outer Heaven masks. Apparently that stuff grows back quickly even after it's cleaned out. The areas it grows in are off limits, but the wind brings it right into the city. Okay, that's that choice exhausted. Wait a second, you might be able to learn something about those illicit operations by checking up on pharmaceutical orders. After all, almost all of the drugs used on the island are manufactured here as well. That's right, all of the pharmaceuticals on the island are distributed or manufactured by Kobe Pharmaceuticals. Kobe Pharmaceuticals, eh? That's where Jamie works. That's a very important lead. Jamie keeps track of records of shipments of pharmaceuticals throughout the island. She might be able to find something out. That's right, let's call her and ask later on.
Alright, I've had it. Don't call me anymore, okay?
Wait a minute, Napoleon. I'll keep any snatchers off your back.
They're after both of us. You better worry about watching your own back. Oh, by the way, here, a little Christmas present for you.
What? Tissues?
See ya. Merry Christmas.
Well, now he's gone.
No surprise there. He's got plenty of reason to be scared. Besides, I got the information I needed.
There's an advertisement on the back of that pack of tissues.
This is an ad for Outer Heaven. Just how many different jobs does that guy have?
This is a waste of precious time, Gillian. Let's head to this Olean hospital that Napoleon mentioned. I agree. First off, let's call Jamie to see if she knows anything about Kobe Pharmaceuticals, which is where she works. What was our number again? 3934444. My god, a Snatcher. I don't know how often this, because there's always a chance this call will come up. I don't know what the odds are, but every time you call Jamie, it's usually a random event that will happen. In this case, we did get the Snatcher one.
Bet I surprised you, huh? Don't worry, this is just a tape. I'm at work right now. If you need to reach me, please call Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs at 391009. Sorry to scare you. Bye.
What a voicemail message. She really had me for a moment there. Since when did she start pulling practical jokes like this? Note that message is a strategy of hers to deal with your troublesome calling. Just what is that supposed to mean, Metal? There's no need to be embarrassed, Gillian. I'm fully aware that Jamie has snatched your heart. Oh my goodness. Oop, shouldn't have done that. Let's call the pharmaceutical itself. Use Metal Gear. Videophone. Now what was the number again? It was 391009.
Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs, can I help you? Huh? Oh, it's you, Gillian. What's going on?
Sorry about that. I mean being on duty and all. Well, let's ask about this, the UV therapy hospital. The Snatchers require a hospital which has facilities to treat ultraviolet ray exposure. Do you have any ideas about that? Well, having facilities to treat ultraviolet ray exposure is nothing rare. We keep records here on the hospitals on the island. I'll take a look at those. But don't get your hopes up. If it's a black market place running on its own, we probably won't have anything at all on it. Okay, well, that's pretty much like the only thing that we have to ask in order to progress the game itself. We can keep talking to Jamie, but in the interest of practically crit pathing this, let's go ahead and... It was nice talking to you, Jamie. Bye for now. If I find anything out about a hospital, I'll give you a call. Thanks, I really need your help on this one. See you later, Gillian. Bye. Well, we sort of have a lead. The location of one Olean hospital over at the RF district. Let's enter recycle. Alright, now heading for Hospital Olean. We've arrived at Olean Hospital. What would you like to do? This is the Olean Hospital that Napoleon told us about. Well, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to kind of figure out that this is not the same hospital that we have in the video recording from Little John, so let's not waste any time in actually going through all of this, because this is definitely not the place. Let's head back into recycle. With seemingly no other locations to head to, let's head on back to Junker HQ. Hi Gillian, how was your day? Let's ask about Olean. Olean, huh? I've never heard of any hospital like that. Well, which is fair. Let's check out engineering. How you doing, Gilligan? You look like you're hanging in there. Let's ask him about Olene. Hey, I may be old, but I'm in good shape. I don't know too much about hospitals. Never heard of this one either. Thanks, Harry. Let's give Jamie another call. Maybe she already has an idea of where we actually need to go. 391009.
Neo Kobe Pharmaceutical Labs, can I help you? Huh? Oh, it's you, Gillian. What's going on?
Let's ask about the therapy hospital again. Don't worry, if I figure anything out, I'll give you a call. Now I've got a reason to talk to you again sometime. You silly, you don't have to have a reason to talk to me. You know, No, I'm sorry. Well, that... Talk about getting shut down immediately. Jamie, that message on your answering machine, wasn't that going a bit too far? Did I scare ya? You bet you did. Were you worried? Yes, I was worried. Aw, how worried? How worried? Well, really worried, you know. Good. Would you cut the jokes like that? If the Snatchers ever actually got their hands on you, I don't even want to think about it as a joke. Okay, Gillian. Jamie, I'd really like to see you. When can we meet? Seeing you would just bring more pain, Gillian. Let's leave it at that. Unfortunate, but that's okay. Let's hang up. We still don't seem to have any leads as to where the actual Olene hospital is, so let's enter the turbocycle. Being right at the dividing line between the north and south regions, the population here is not particularly high. No convenience stores or delis in the area either. Shopping is really a pain. Which, fair enough. I don't think I'm going to get the trigger here. Head back into the turbocycle, and really, I think at this point I just have to go and check out that hospital, even though we can tell that it's not the correct one. But you never know, I guess. Let's have a look at things, shall we? There is a neon sign on the roof of the building. The entrance appears to be at front. I wonder what they specialize in. There are no signs or anything. That's because it's one of the illicit places. The lights are on and there are signs of people inside. It looks like they are open. It says Hospital Olene. Is this really the place we are looking for? It's an automatically opening double door. Strange cries can be heard coming from the building. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. This is odd. They seem to be using pressure plate sensors rather than more modern infrared. In other words, things haven't changed much since they opened. Must have been here a while. Could this be the Snatcher maintenance facility that Gibson described? It's not locked. If we approach it, it will open. Well, let's go inside. I'll open the door. Are you ready? Yeah, go ahead. We're in the hospital. This would appear to be the reception area. This does not look like a Snatcher treatment facility to me, but I think I'm preaching to the choir here as well. Well, this is awkward. The reception area is just inside the entrance on the front side of the building. A receptionist is doing some paperwork behind the counter. Looks like they take insurance here. Well, that's good to know at least. Then it cannot be an illicit hospital. Thanks for pointing out the obvious. The sign says dangerous or hard to control animals must be on a leash or in a cage. Everybody's holding an animal of some sort. Everyone is carrying an ID. It would appear that they are all law-abiding Neo-Kobe citizens. There are no suspicious-looking types here. Please, Gillian, I have real trouble with animals. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I really wish he would shut up. I really wish he would shut up. I really wish he would shut up. Oh, spare me. That appears to be one of those super memory parrots. People use these birds frequently now when they study foreign languages or have other sounds they want to record. It's a Magellanic Kobe penguin. They were developed in '33 as a breed which could thrive in tropical and temperate climates. Did that penguin just do a backflip? Hold on. I guess not. That's one of those humming dogs. You know, the ones that have had their larynxes modified to help eliminate sound pollution. It did do a backflip, oh my goodness. Ah yes, that's one of those pocket pets, popular among women as a combination pet and handbag. They were created by splicing marsupial genes into common household animals. This one would appear to be one of the cat models. Okay. Have you heard any rumors about snatchers in this area? I'm not worried. We keep a dog at our house. So does this hospital. Snatchers hate dogs, right? There is no solid proof, but animals with good senses of smell are said to be able to pick them apart. That's right. That's why so many people are starting to keep pets these days. What kind of a hospital is this? What, didn't you know before you came? This is an animal hospital. Sorry, but I don't think they can help your little robot friend. Hey, I'm not sick, I'm functioning properly. The doctor here has a really good reputation. It's so hard to find a good vet these days. We'll be okay, won't we? They'll stay away from animals, right? What about the doctor here? Is he any good? He's a fully licensed doctor with his genetic manipulation permit. This is about the only place in town that will see you without an appointment. Fully licensed, eh? Well, clearly, even if we do show this, I'm looking for a hospital with this sign. Well, it's not the one for this place. It looks kind of similar, though.
Snatchers cannot tolerate dogs. It is improbable that this is their skin cancer treatment center.
Looks like we barked up the wrong tree here. So, now we're back to square one, huh?
Don't become too discouraged. We still have many leads. Let's head back to the turbo cycle.
Olean Hospital.
Unfortunately, this wasn't the place.
You're right, Metal. Okay, let's go.
Gillian, it's the emergency line from HQ. I'll connect you.
Gillian, I'm glad I got you. I got a call from Katrina. She said she has something she needs to give you.
Something to give me? What in the world?
She seemed really scared. Kept saying that Alice was barking.
When did she call?
About 30 minutes or so ago.
Damn.
Gillian, we should hurry.
Yeah, Katrina's in trouble.
Uh-oh. Let's head to Gibson's house right away. Get us to Gibson's house now, Metal. Set the automatic traffic control system to give us absolute priority. 10-4. God, I hope she's safe. Me too. We've arrived at Jean-Jacques Gibson's house. What would you like to do? Get the heck out of here and go inside the house. We've arrived at Gibson's house. What would you like to do? Enter? Katrina, are you here? There is no answer. Huh? It's not locked. Uh-oh. Alright, I'll open the door. Are you ready? Yeah, open it. We've entered Gibson's living room. What about Katrina? Where is she? I don't see her. This is rather troubling. What's this? I thought this was a window, but there's another shelf here. Why didn't I notice this sooner? Interesting. A model of a house is on the shelf. It's a perfect miniature of Gibson's house. It's made from a cast, but the detail is excellent. Now why would he have one of those? It's a music box, but there's nothing inside it. I didn't know Gibson had made a model of his house. It appears that something was kept inside it. This model may have some connection with our investigation. True. After all, Jean left that "search the house" memo. This may be what he was referring to. Still, we have to find Katrina. Okay, let's check out the study. Huh? What the? My goodness, what a shambles. Somebody has turned the place upside down. The Snatchers, they must have been looking for something. Well, this is a rather unsettling scene. Let's see what we can find out here. So Alice is no longer here. So Alice is missing too. There's nobody in the area. It's too dark for standard optical sensors. Night vision sensors don't read anything though. Look, there's a car on the ground. There's nothing unusual. It seems almost too quiet out here. This garden doesn't lead anywhere. It was Alice's own private space. There is no way that Alice could have gotten out without going through the study. I'm not picking up anything on the infrared or on my motion detectors. It appears to have been torn apart. Well, that's a little ominous. Let's go back to the study. Let's have a look. The room is a shambles. Things are scattered everywhere. The monitor is broken. The hard leather has been torn to shreds. The machine is a total loss. It's a good thing we had already read the file on the disk. Maybe they are trying to destroy some kind of data on themselves. We can't read it off the disk anymore, but I have it stored in my memory. Don't worry. Everything appears to have been smashed and broken. Based on the condition of this room, it looks like they were looking for something. I wonder what? I don't know, but it could be the same thing we're looking for. It appears to have been torn by a claw-like instrument of some kind. They were worried about the location of their hospital getting out. Katrina must have discovered something related to that. I bet you're right. The down feathers are leaking out. Gillian, that sneeze. Maybe Snow 9? Wait a moment, let me analyze the air in this room. Analysis complete. It's a very slight amount, but there are definitely traces of Snow 9 here. It would appear that Snatchers have definitely been here. Uh-oh. What about communications? Can you transmit? Yes, the Snow 9 isn't dense enough to block communications. I'm worried about Katrina. Let's see if she's in here. Good idea. Katrina! Katrina! Answer if you can hear me! The unfortunate misspelling of "here" in that sentence. There is no answer. Something must have happened. Alice may be in earshot. Why don't you call her? Alice! Alice! Here, girl! There is no sign of her. Something must have happened here. Let's head back to the living room. Maybe they moved there. Well, no sign of them either in here. Several cuts run perfectly parallel to each other, suggesting something like an animal's claws. It was not a knife or any other cutting tool. It was the last working PC-68 in the world. It was a very rare item. Well, so much for that. It's more of a glass block shelf set in the wall than a window. Trees in the garden are visible. The monitors are all still hot. They must have been left on. The lights have been left on. What could have happened to Katrina? Let's exhaust all of our options here. Television and data terminals are still on. It's a perfect miniature of Gibson's house. It's made from a cast, but the detail is excellent. Interesting. What could possibly be the trigger for this one? Everything appears to have been smashed and broken. Okay. Looks like nothing is triggering here. There should be a scene that'll pop up if we look and or investigate enough times here. Let's investigate the rest of the house. What's this? There are fresh footprints near the front door. It's a rather small print, 22.5 centimeters in length. I would estimate it to be a woman's footprint. It might be Katrina's. So if the footprint's there, then she must have fled home, right? Very odd. Well, let's check the backyard garden again. See if we can exhaust all our options here. Something was dragged on the ground here. It's Alice's magnetic collar. Special devices around their yard prevent a dog from going beyond their property if it is wearing this collar. Alice is a Doberman. That's not exactly the kind of dog that goes down easy. That's true, if she was facing a human. I feel like something else is out here. Maybe it's just my imagination. Well, you and me both, Gillian. This tear is unusual. There is no way Alice would have had enough strength to do this. Let's keep calling for them. We know they're not here, so where are they exactly? Let's head back to the study.
Gillian, I read motion. Use extreme caution. The signal is coming from outside the window.
Oh.
It's Alice!
The dog is dead. Body temperature suggests it was killed about 10 minutes ago. No doubt the work of Snatchers.
Scum! No reason to kill the poor animal. Katrina! Where's Katrina?
We can leave the cleanup here to the junk crews. We should look for Katrina.
Judging from the mess they made here, it looks like they were looking for something. We're quite upset that they couldn't find it.
Perhaps that means that Katrina is still safe.
That's true. If they had her, there'd be no need to turn the place upside down like this.
Perhaps Katrina took whatever they were looking for and fled.
I bet you're right, Metal. We've got to find her before they do. Let's get back to the turbo cycle.
Well, R.I.P. Alice. Where could Katrina have possibly gone? Let's check Carlton Plaza. Let's look for Katrina. I agree. More decorations appear every day. Katrina is nowhere around the show windows. I don't see Katrina anywhere. Alright, let's try that area next. Nope, I don't see her anywhere. She does not seem to be in the area. Gillian should never be able to hear you in this crowd, which is a fair point. Let's try the nightlife district. Metal, we've got to find her. Don't worry, Gillian, she won't get past my sensors. This is no good. I don't see her anywhere. She does not appear to be here. Well, if she's not in Alton Plaza, and she's not at our house, and she definitely wouldn't be at Junker HQ either, because otherwise we would have been notified by Mika. The only other possible place we could try and find her is... Really? But I could have sworn I already... Okay. Alright, let's try that area next. Nope, I don't see her anywhere. She does not seem to be in the area. Katrina does not seem to be here. Let's look elsewhere. I don't see Katrina anywhere. Let's look somewhere else. Why don't we stop by my apartment? There we go. Good idea. It might be worthwhile to search the neighborhood. Let's go, Metal. Understood. Setting course for your apartment. Is it just me, or did the Let's Go Metal line get attributed to Metal Gear instead of Gillian? Let's exit the turbo cycle. Uh-oh.
Wait a sec. My lights are on. That's weird. I know I shut them off before I left.
Be careful. A Snatcher may be in your apartment.
Searching the place, maybe? I don't have any evidence up there.
Well... It's hard to tell from here, but the lights are definitely on. I can't limit the movement sensor to just your apartment. What about your infrared sensor? I don't read anything. Apparently nobody's near the window. Metal, check the status of the door from my apartment from here. Alright, now accessing the building security system. Gillian, it's open. What? I know I locked that before I left. I'll open the door. Are you ready? Yeah, open it. This is the living room.
I hear something.
This time I can hear it too.
I read motion. Something is in there.
All right, Metal, lock the front door. We're not letting anything out of here.
There are some faint depressions in the carpet that would indicate footprints. These shoe impressions are very sharp and deep. Most of the weight of the person was focused on one point. Something sharp? A snatcher? That possibility exists. The sound seems to be coming from the bathroom. What's that smell? A snatcher? I'm not sure, but I've smelled that before somewhere. Let's enter the bathroom. This is the bathroom. It's really hot and humid in here. There is something in the shower. My thermal sensor shows a region of concentrated heat. I would say that hot water is being used. Someone's taking a shower? I read movement. There's movement in this room. The electronic blinds of the glass door prevent identification of whatever is in the stall. I read movement from within the stall. The temperature and humidity in this room are climbing rapidly. The in use sign is lit on the window. Should we go after it? That would be a very dangerous move if it's a snatcher. Opening the stall is a simple matter. What are you going to do, Gillian? Well, let's,
I I'll open the blinds by altering the electrical polarity. Are you ready?
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now opening the blinds.
Whoa!
You pervert! Get out of here!
I hope you learned your lesson, Gillian. You definitely had that coming to you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I didn't exactly see you close your eyes either.
That is because my optical sensors are not equipped with retractable shutters.
Oh, shut up. You know exactly what I mean.
Here comes Katrina.
I can't believe you did that, Gillian.
You see, I was just...
Face up to it like a man.
You shut up. I'm just glad that you're safe, Katrina.
I was so frightened. I just looked up your address and I let myself in. I'm sorry. Did I surprise you?
Surprise me? You bet you surprised me.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. By the way, how did you get in?
Hey, I'm the daughter of a junker. I can pick locks in my sleep.
I see. And you avoided the sensors as well. You may have a promising career ahead of you. Ooh.
Yeah. Expected. Alright. Maybe you should get some clothes on. Huh? I just took a shower, so I'm a little hot. I'd like to stay like this. This isn't helping. It's about Alice. What's wrong with Alice? You see, Alice is... Gillian. What's wrong? Forget it, I'll tell you later. You're weird. About that phone call, would you tell me what that was all about? That's right, when I was straightening up the living room, I found this inside that model of our house. Oh yeah, there was a model of Gibson's house on the shelf, wasn't there? It's a list of hospitals. It appears to be a list of illicit medical facilities. It lists the name of the hospital, its director's name, its address, and area of specialty. Well then the Snatcher's place, the one that Gibson found, must be on this list. So that's where that search the house note that Gibson left meant. He was just a little too clever at this time. Will this list be of any help? This list has over 3,000 places listed on it. We could never hit them all. We need some other information to narrow it down. What about the image from Littlejohn's memory? That should be the key. If you type in the name of the hospital, I'll scan the list for you. Not a bad idea. Do you know anything about this list of hospitals? I've never seen it before, but if my dad kept it in the house bottle, it must have been really important. Can I take a look at that hospital list? Go ahead, take a look. Alright Gillian, let's see if we can find a Snatcher's hospital on this list. What about that hospital that was in Littlejohn's memory? Why don't you give a name similar to the one on that sign? Give me a name along the lines of the one on the sign. The sign said Olean, didn't it? Input the name of the hospital that you want to search for. Olean, right? Okay, now searching. Not surprisingly, the only one is that veterinary hospital. What names does Olean bring to mind? That sign is definitely for that hospital, right? The visual image of Olean is almost certainly correct. So Olean is the starting point, right? Maybe we're reading it wrong? As long as there was no corruption of the image, we can be sure that the strokes and the letters in Olean actually exist, right? So, here's the thing. We kind of got a very, very subtle hint before we even got to this point when we were at Alton Plaza. Remember the thing that I mentioned about the neon signs in the back, where it said "Eat Me," or it said it's supposed to be great meals? What if I told you that that neon sign for Olean is actually a sign for something else entirely? It has parts of the sign itself is burned out. So what we're actually looking for think back to the chess piece as well. It was the specific chess piece that we got in Gibson's coat was a queen. Queen, right? Okay, now searching. It seems very close, but something is missing. Hang in there. So if it's not queen... Queens, right? Okay. Alright, now searching. It's here, Queen's Hospital. Great, you found it, Gillian. So the neon tube was burned out, eh? And there were more letters to the word than shown in the picture. So Queens looked like Olean. That's what the chess piece was trying to tell us. And that's pretty much the answer to it. This is, I think, the most difficult puzzle of the entire game, I would say. It certainly was on my first time playing through this. You really had to think about all the clues that you've had in your possession so far regarding this investigation that Gibson already did, and to kind of put two and two together with both the burned out neon and the chess piece that was in Gibson's pocket.
What's the address of that hospital?
CX District, PHC 77. The director is Chinese. Name, Chin Shu Oh.
Chin Shu Oh. He's probably a snatcher too. So we finally found their nest.
Gillian, please be careful.
Don't worry, Katrina. You're safe now. They won't be coming after you.
Just to be on the safe side, we will have Kobe police take you into protective custody.
Gillian, I'm sorry about the way I reacted in the shower. Maybe if your timing had been a little better, we might have...
Don't worry about it, Katrina. I think I needed a cold shower anyway.
I'm just so confused. I don't want to lose anybody else.
All right, let's go, Metal. We have to pay a visit to Queen's Hospital.
So that's it. We found the hospital, and we have a hopefully better idea of what we need to do when we get there. Let's exit the turbocycle, and this is Queen's Hospital, and it's definitely the one that, yep, there it is. That's the one that we've seen, or that's the one we saw in the video image. That sign, that's the one that was in Little John's memory, no mistake. It's a round, pillar-shaped building of the kind that were popular at the end of the last century. The only entrance appears to be at the front of the building. The door is locked, but even I can open a mechanism this simple. Don't set off any burglar alarms or anything. I'll enter Queen's Hospital's security program and disable the lock. Lock disabled. We're about to do a breaking and entering here, boys. Alright, I'll open the door. We're inside the hospital, and boy howdy does it look abandoned. Awfully dark. A solid layer of dust has collected. It hasn't been operated for several months. What's this? There are some kind of switches here. I wonder what these switches are for. Well, there's 3 doors here, marked 1, 2, and 3. What are the odds that the switches are also numbered 1, 2, and 3? There are 3 switches. Yes. There's nobody in the booth. The monitors are switched off. There is a reception booth in the center of the lobby and 3 doors along the wall behind it. They do not appear to be automatic doors. There must be some kind of a control somewhere. That door is closed. I would hope the other 2 are closed as well. That door is closed? Yes. They do not appear to be automatic doors. There must be some kind of a control somewhere. Let's investigate the switches. Gillian, look at this. It says door control 1, 2, 3. These switches must be for those doors over there. Apparently they are operated from here. Let's... we have a 33.3% repeating shot, so I'll push switch number 3. Door number 3 opened. It's totally dark in here. Can't see a thing. I have a light installed just for situations like this. Please use it if necessary. Well, much obliged. Let's turn on the light. I really like this music as well. The light is now on. I turn control of it over to you, Gillian. You operate the light with the direction key. Press the B button together with the direction key to move the light. Otherwise, the direction key navigates through commands as usual. Make sure that objects you wish to examine are centered in the light's beam. So, let's see here. So we have a picture here of the cathedral in St. Petersburg. Computer. This thing. Whatever that is. And some rails. There's a box of matches on the desk. Oh my, these matches are from Outer Heaven. Who would have thought? Outer Heaven seems to be quite a popular spot with our Snatcher friends. I would suspect that they go there to select their victims. I will store these matches as evidence. It's a monitor designed for use with a computer. They run under this desk. Perhaps this desk is designed to slide? Pushing it doesn't do any good. It won't budge. It's a completely ordinary vase. It's a very old photograph. Judging from the condition of the inks and paper, I would suspect that it is at least 50 years old. What's a picture like this doing on the wall here? Metal, what is this a photo of? One moment please, I'll scan my data files. I have a positive ID. It's the Cathedral of St. Basil. It's a famous landmark, or famous cathedral that was a Moscow landmark before the catastrophe. St. Basil's Cathedral? Have I heard of that? I can't seem to remember. Come to think of it, there was a map of Moscow on the wall in Freddie Nielsen's apartment, wasn't there? Moscow, eh? What connection do the Snatchers have with Moscow? Very good question to ask. It's a whiteboard with a copy prevention device installed. There's nothing there. Okay. Well, wait a minute, I think I saw something move. Where? I don't see anything? That's odd, maybe I just imagined it. Just my imagination, I guess. These things happen, you know? The object you're aiming for is not centered in the light's beam. Let's investigate this drawer.
There seems to be a scrap of paper caught between these two drawers. The others are empty. It appears that someone tried to straighten up in a hurry.
Let me see that paper.
Here it is.
What? What is this? It looks like Chinese or something. Metal translated.
Okay, let's see. Patient record, first examination. I'm not familiar with the next 5 characters. It's the first time I've ever seen any of them.
I thought you were supposed to be really good at Chinese.
My strongest areas are in chop suey, egg foo young, and wontons.
Rare Chinese characters. Or maybe some kind of code? At any rate, this is definitely part of someone's chart. If we can figure out these characters, we may be able to uncover another Snatcher.
What do you suppose happened to the other records?
Looks like someone cleaned them out of here. Maybe they knew we were coming.
Somehow I get the feeling that the Snatchers know what we're up to. I'll store the fragment of the file.
That is a very good piece of information there. Maybe we can ask Napoleon about it? It's a photograph of St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow. I think I've seen that thing somewhere before. Damn, I just can't remember. I've stored this photo in my memory. Well, sure, let's take that as a piece of evidence. I'm shutting my light off, Gillian. We're in the hospital's hallway. Well, it doesn't seem like... And even if we open the other doors and check them out... We're in room number 1. It doesn't look like there's even anything here. Most of the evidence and the clues that we actually need are in door 3, which we definitely cleaned out. Let's head on out of here and try and get in touch with Napoleon. We know the number now, by heart almost.
The number you have reached is not in service at this time. Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. JT&T Neo Kobe.
That's funny. I'm sure I got the phone number right. Perhaps the Snatchers have killed Napoleon too. That would not be good. Huh? What's this symbol? It looks vaguely familiar. Well, that's the outfit that he was wearing as the entry person. Bouncer? Doorman. To outer heaven. Where in the world has Napoleon gone? A wolfman! Aha! Now I understand. Gillian, I know where Napoleon is. Have you figured it out? Let's hurry and head there. I did, thank you. Outer Heaven appears as a selectable location now, so... Seems kinda obvious that we should probably head there, right? we've arrived at Outer Heaven. What would you like to do? Exit and talk to Napoleon. Stat. This is Outer Heaven. Ah, you really remind me of somebody I know. I bet that's you, right, Napoleon? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anybody named Napoleon. I know it's you, Napoleon. Cut this stupid act. I'm afraid you've got the wrong man, sir. Come on, Napoleon, what's the problem? Stop this nonsense. Hey, I'm just a doorman. Napoleon, that's you, right? What a bother. Do you have any proof that this Napoleon and I are the same person? Everything will be fine, I guarantee your safety. Don't worry, now take that mask off. You're gonna have to show me some proof, sir. Proof? You want proof? That's it, you and he are the same height. So what? What's that supposed to mean? Your height is the same, almost nobody's as short as you are. Wow. Yeah, you have the same voice, that's it. So what? What's that supposed to mean? That's it, Metal. Analyze his voice print against that of Napoleon. I'm sorry, Gillian. I haven't stored any of Napoleon's voice data. I won't let it happen again. How very inconvenient. Well, that's really too bad. I know. The two of you talk the same way. That's no proof. Yeah, that wormy, untrustworthy attitude of yours is just like him. So what? What's that supposed to mean? I've got it. You smell just like him. Huh? Gillian, what did Napoleon smell like? You shut up. Well, there's that sneeze. Now I've got it. It's that sneeze. I remember. You sneeze just like him. He has hay fever. Alright, you win. I've had enough fun for now. I just wanted to play with you for a bit. Nice work, Gillian. You're a first-rate junker. Go on in.
Have a seat, Gillian. We're safer in a crowded place like this.
Jeez, you really had me fooled. 2 roles in 1.
Gesundheit.
Well, you know, you gotta understand. Being an informer isn't exactly the safest job on the planet, you know. That's why it's important to be a master of disguise, like me.
Yeah, but I feel pretty stupid. I mean, all that time I was asking you about where Jean went, I didn't realize I was asking someone who actually worked there.
Hey, I was just as surprised as you were. But I didn't know that Gibson had been here. You see, I wasn't working that day.
Anyhow, it's not masquerade night today. Why don't you take that mask off, Napoleon? It's a little unnerving sitting here talking to a wolf.
All right. I suppose there's no harm there. Boy, you really work up a sweat in these full-face masks.
Oh, boy. Maybe you should have left that on.
What? Still, you did a nice job of figuring out who I was.
Come on, Napoleon. That stupid phone recording with the Wolfman? JT&T would never do anything that tasteless. Besides, what really tipped me off was that constant sneezing of yours.
Sneezes, eh? Well, listen, you want me to tell you why I'm called Napoleon?
Because winter gets the best of you. Napoleon Bonaparte sent his enormous army into Russia in 1812, but suffered a major defeat because of the snow.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, the sneezing isn't a cold. It's my allergy to Snow 9 pollen. So, anyhow, what did you want to know?
I've got a couple of questions to ask you.
Fire away.
I'm pretty sure I dropped a lot of frames there during that conversation, so apologies to those watching the VOD if the quality takes a huge dip there. But basically, just to kind of recap that conversation, Napoleon is basically just confirming what we suspected about him, is that he has to maintain all of these roles and disguises in order to basically keep himself alive as an informant. He can't be in one place for too long, and he can't be in the same disguise for too long either. So, given all that's happened thus far and all the evidence that we collected, let's figure out or rather make sense of what we have in our possession here. You're Chinese, right? That's right, purebred I might add. I came to Neo Kobe just after I turned 20. We had to establish that he is Chinese in order to be able to show the patient record and have him translate that. Would you take a good look at this for me? What's it mean? You're Chinese, right? Well, I'm not surprised that you had trouble with this. What's that mean? These are Chinese characters for chemical elements, hardly in standard use. If I wasn't a science major, I probably wouldn't know them myself. It's a simple code using the characters. Interesting. He might be referring to the characters that are highlighted in blue. So what's this about Chinese chemical element characters? What do you mean? The character on the far left is beryllium. The next one and the very last one are nitrogen. The third one stands for sulfur. The fourth one is oxygen. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen. I've got it. Gillian, let's go over the names of these elements, shall we? So, you can pull up a periodic table of elements as well. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen, and also nitrogen repeats. If you have a periodic table of elements handy, you probably figured out what this means, and it is exactly what you think. Let's uncover this plot twist. Whose name is on this file? Please input your guess. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen, and also nitrogen again.
So that's it. Benson. Beryllium is Be, nitrogen is N, sulfur is S, and oxygen is O. And another N makes Benson. The name Benson was encoded on this file.
Benson. I sure hope it is not referring to the chief, Benson Cunningham.
Or to our friendly engineer, Mr. Harry Benson. No, that couldn't be. No way!
But the possibility, though remote, does exist.
Metal, I want you to cut off all your data transmissions to headquarters now.
Understood. Now disabling automatic transmission routines. Done. No further data transmissions to headquarters will be executed.
My God, a Snatcher in Junker headquarters? We've got to get there quick. Let's go, Metal.
See you later, Junker. Today's little information tidbit is on me. Now take care, Gillian. Don't get yourself taken out by some Snatcher. I think I'll lay low for a while. You know, after all, you are my main source of income.
You be careful too, Napoleon. You get killed and you won't be able to sneeze anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
See you, Napoleon. Metal, let's go.
For the record, I think that is the last time we'll ever talk to Napoleon for the rest of this game. So, what a plot twist, eh? A Snatcher in Junker HQ. Who could have seen that coming? Well, hopefully everyone's okay. Okay, so far so good. Welcome back, Gillian. How's the investigation coming? Mika, the chief, and Harry there. The Chief and Harry are out right now, I think. Oh, really? Have you been able to contact Katrina yet? We have, but... This is engineering. Harry is not in. So either the Chief or Harry is a Snatcher. Let's look for evidence. We have to proceed with the investigation with the utmost care at this point. Let's start the search with this room here. Okay, let's see. There's something on the desk. There's a box of matches and a memo. Outer Heavens logo appears on the box. Uh-oh, it's the same set of matches that we found in the hospital. What? Outer Heaven matches? Harry had Outer Heaven matches? It says face to face. Face to face? It's definitely a box of the matches that Outer Heaven gives away to its regular customers. Harry's the only one in headquarters who smokes. I can't believe that Harry might be a Snatcher. But he had matches from Outer Heaven. No, I can't believe that Harry could be a Snatcher. Let's hang on to these matches. That will not be necessary. They are identical to the ones we already have. I'm constantly recording everything that happens. It will be a burden on the investigation. Let's put them here. It's in Harry's handwriting. I wonder if it is some kind of message. This face-to-face thing has got to be the key. We have to search in areas that this brings to mind. It probably means either search for face-to-face or watch out for face-to-face or something like that. Hang on to this memo for me, Metal. Alright, I'll store this memo as evidence. Interesting. Well, I think we've investigated everything that we could here. Let's head on over to the Chief's office. This is the Chief's office. He's not in at the moment. So both of them are out. Alright, let's try this last room. Let's have a look at the... Wait a minute, do you notice anything odd about this picture? Look, doesn't it look like a face to you? A face? I don't get it. So the idea here is that you're supposed to look at the picture of the vase in the background there. And it's that optical illusion where you can see two faces looking at each other face to face from the sides. Just created from the way that the curves on the vase kind of outlines that in negative space. Look at this, I thought it was just a picture of a face. If you reverse the background and the drawing, it's two faces, face to face. This must be the face to face that Harry was referring to in his memo. This picture was cleverly designed to take advantage of the human sense of sight. What's that supposed to mean? That you can see it easily if you're not human? Let's search more carefully. Let's! Check out the face-to-face part of it, will you? There's a switch between the two faces. I'll push it. The picture flipped over to reveal a photograph. Now, what the hell, right? I've seen this somewhere before, but I just can't recall. Based on the condition of the inks, I would judge this photograph to be at least 50 years old. The same exact one as the picture of St. Basil's Cathedral in the hospital. Metal, where was this picture taken? Alright, I will now search for data on this photo's location in the Alpha 1 network. I found it. This is a photograph of Red Square in Moscow taken sometime before the catastrophe. Yet again another picture of Moscow. Red Square? What's a picture like that doing in Chief's office? Store that in your video memory for me, will you? I have now stored the photos image in my memory. If you can kind of put 2 and 2 together at this point, right? That Harry isn't the Snatcher, but Benson is probably the Snatcher. And what a thing that would be if that was true. The chief of Junker HQ being a Snatcher? Unthinkable. The chief had this picture? Or someone planted it there to set up the chief? And there were those matches that Harry had too. Which one is the Snatcher? It will depend on what evidence we can turn up. Both of them seem suspicious. Maybe it's somebody else entirely. That's true. That patient's chart with the Benson on it is quite suspect as well. Maybe somebody wanted us to find it. It seems pretty odd that the Snatchers would have left part of a patient's record behind in the first place. Maybe it's a trap. That can't be ruled out based on the evidence we've seen so far. You mean, yeah, you're not wrong about that. So... before that, let me put this photo of Red Square back where we found it. Yeah, we can't let anyone know that we've learned the secret of this picture. Where would you like to go? Out front, please. I've broken the code that was on the patient record. It was the patient's name. In other words, I've uncovered a possible Snatcher. What? Who? Oh my god, it's not someone I know, is it? I don't know their full name, but the name Benson was written on the file. In other words, Benson Cunningham, the chief, or our friendly engineer Harry Benson. Oh dear. Let's ask about the chief. The chief is out right now. I don't know when he'll be back. The chief has been really busy lately. He'll be attending the Kyoto Summit next month and he's had a lot of meetings and stuff related to that. Harry's out right now. He seemed to be going after the chief when he left. Said he had to check on something. He's been a little restless lately. He seemed to be investigating something. The Kyoto Summit? What's that? It's the annual summit of the leaders of the world's advanced countries. It will be taking place in Old Kyoto this year. Oh. That's... the implications of that are not good. Gillian, I have a video phone call from Jamie. I'll connect you.
Gillian, it's me, Jamie. Listen carefully. You know that Queen's Hospital? I found out that they undertook a major expansion project in 2035 to put in a basement. That's right, they have a basement. Basement construction is really unusual here in the Okobe. That's why there were still records of it. But there's more. The director of that hospital, Chin Shu Ho, has had his license suspended in the past for performing eugenics experiments at an illicit underground facility.
Are you telling me Queens has underground treatment facilities?
That has to be it, Gillian. Chin Shu Ho is performing skin operations on Snatchers underground.
And that means that Chin himself is also probably a Snatcher. Or rather, the real Chin, the original Chin, was snatched.
So, that entire ground-level complex is just a front for the underground facilities.
And if we hit that hospital, we can ruin the Snatcher's plans. Well, this is it, Metal. We're heading right into the enemy's headquarters this time.
Gillian?
Yeah?
This sounds really dangerous. I just wanted you to know, I want you to come home safe.
Jamie...
The reason I left you is because I thought you were pushing yourself too hard, being self-destructive. And it seemed like the wedding ring you were wearing when they found us had become a tremendous burden on you. I didn't want that to be the only reason we stayed together.
Oh, Jamie, I never felt that way at all.
I'll be waiting for you. We may not have our memories, but you are the only one I've ever shared any time with. Be careful, Gillian.
Jamie.
Are you all right, Gillian?
Yeah. All right, Metal, let's go. We have to pay a visit to Queen's Hospital. Her Majesty is waiting.
Very sweet of Jamie to say that. Let's head over to Queen's Hospital, put an end to this.
Just where do you think you're going?
This is most unusual. The turbo cycle seems to be out of control.
Switch over to manual. I'll take over.
Understood. I've switched to manual control. Well, how is it?
What the? We've got no brakes! Metal, check the brake system out. Pronto!
Sorry, Gillian. Looks like sabotage. No doubt the Snatcher's handiwork.
Sabotage? But the only one who could work on the turbo cycle?
Worry about that later. Gillian, we've got to do something quickly.
Uh-oh. This is, Metal, pull that lever over there. Alright, here it goes. It broke off. I guess we have had it. You can't be serious. At this speed, you'd be torn to pieces. Okay, fair enough. What? Are you giving up? Oh no, Gillian has given up. Now we're truly doomed. Oh, shut up, will you? I'll think of something. Probably. We've had it. There's nothing we can do. Don't give up so easy. There might be some way out of this yet. What in the world are you doing? Alright, I'll try plowing this thing onto the sand pile over there. Hang on tight. Damn, won't anything work? Let's press the button. Alright, let's try a long shot. I'll push this button here.
And a good morning to you, my friend. Bud Miller with you here on the big 90.7. Looks like we're gonna have a bright...
You've turned the radio on, Gillian. What are you doing? Let's try this again. Let's try hitting the sandbag one more time. Come on, baby. Damn, won't anything work? I've got it. We'll try sideswiping the cliff. Hang on, Metal. Damn, even that won't stop it. We're finished. It's been nice knowing you, Gillian. Shut up, there must be something. It's hopeless. We're moving at over 200 kilometers per hour. There's no way we can survive. Damn, the speed keeps increasing. That won't work anymore. Alright, well... I'll try another button. Oh no, that was a switch for the afterburner. Whoops. You've boosted our thrust by 23%. Do something, Gillian. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We've had it. Oh dear lord. We have a new option here. Well, Metal, I haven't known you for very long, but it's been fun. Gillian, let's pray together. Actually, I'm not that religious. I didn't think so. That's it, Gillian. Prayer. Look, a new command has appeared on the menu.
What else can we do? Metal, start punching buttons.
Any buttons at all?
Yes, push anything.
Gillian, this doesn't seem to be doing any good.
Damn, I was sure that would work.
Gillian, the road makes a sharp right turn just 1,500 meters ahead. At this speed, we'll never make it. Gillian! Gillian!
Hey, Gillian!
Huh?
Over here!
What's that?
Gillian, over here!
Random!
Gillian, you gotta jump over to my bike! Hurry!
800 meters until we reach the curve.
Metal, you go first!
What? Not again.
Move your butt! That curve's just ahead!
Understood. 1, 2, 3!
All right, Gillian, now it's your turn. Keep her steady.
300 meters until you reach the curve.
Gillian, jump!
I can't! My timing's off!
150 meters. Gillian, now!
70 meters.
Now, Gillian, now!
Oh, we're too late!
Gillian! I guess he didn't make it.
Don't bury me so fast. I'm right here.
Don't you even know how to ride a motorcycle?
Gillian, it's not much farther to Queen's Hospital, and you could probably use the exercise anyway. Why don't we just continue the rest of the way like this? We've arrived at Queen's Hospital.
So, this is the place, huh? Random, are you sure you know what you're doing? This isn't going to be a field trip, you know. We may not come back.
And the bounty for this one will more than make up for it.
If you're around to spend it, that is.
Gillian, let's get going.
Neat. Well, that was a bit of a thrill, wasn't it? Let's go inside. Alright, now entering the security system. Lock disabled. Alright, Random, let's go. I'm ready for anything. So it looks like at least the doors that we've opened have been left in their state. It's really quiet in here. There has to be an entrance to the lower level in here somewhere. Now that we know there's a basement level here, thanks to Jamie, well, it's time to find out where that is. Or what we need to do actually to get to the ground level. Underground level, I should say. Yo, let's try switching my light on, shall we? Pitch black in here, ain't it? The light is now on. I turn control of it over to you, Gillian. You operate the light with a direction key. Press the B button. It's the same tutorial. You have the honors, Gillian. Nothing looks like it's been changed there, but remember these rails that we saw earlier? That may just be the key to it. And again, we have a vase that's similar to the vase that was in Chief Cunningham's room, so... What's this? Face to face. Doesn't this look like the picture that's on the wall of the Chief's office? That's a famous optical illusion, isn't it? I get it. Their eyes don't register optical illusions. We better check that out. It's not something a human would notice easily. It could be a sign of some kind. I bet this space is some kind of a switch. Alright, I will try lifting it up. Oh. The desk slid to one side, revealing a stairway leading down.
This apparently leads down to a lower level.
It looks like Jamie was right. Queen's Hospital does have a basement.
And that basement is the Snatcher's main lair. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. Well, what do we do now, Gillian?
Well, we may as well go down the stairs. It appears to go straight down. Unlike the hallway, these stairs do not have any dust on them. In other words, our friends use this, right? I don't read anything at the moment.
It's a very narrow stairway. We'll have to go down single file.
Okay, who's going to take the point?
That's obvious. The guy with the light.
Hey, that's not fair!
Well, well, what do we have here?
It's the hospital corridor.
It's the same hallway, but not the one that's on the first floor.
So what does that mean?
An entire floor of Queen's Hospital has been duplicated underground.
So the same floor is both upstairs and downstairs, sort of like parallel worlds.
So that desolate setup upstairs is all just a smokescreen.
They're making it look like the place is closed down, but in reality, they're keeping themselves quite busy.
Gillian, that means we're already right in the middle of their headquarters. Please use extreme caution.
Well, now, this is quite interesting. Same setup and everything. What are the odds that we're also going to be dealing with the same set of switches? There are switches here to open the doors. Yep. There are switches here just like the first floor. So they work the doors just like upstairs, huh? What's this? Unlike the first floor, there are only 2 door switches. So then... Alright, I'll push switch number 1. Door number 1 opened. Let's check out door number 1. We're in room number 1. The lights are on, unlike upstairs. Oh yeah, it's that same smell you get at just about any hospital. An operating one, that is. Something tells me that's not going to be the one we need. Let's use switch number 2. Let's check... I take that back. Let's check some stuff here. There's an operating table in the middle of the room. This appears to be their real treatment area. With these lights, it actually looks like a real hospital. Various X-ray devices have been installed in the ceiling. A number of brand new medical monitors are installed. It appears to be a standard operating table. Cables run from it to a number of the machines from around the room. Alright, let's look over the entire room. Surprise, it's a Snatcher. Don't scare me like that, it's just a specimen. It's a model of a human skeleton, no doubt used for anatomical study. There is nothing of note besides the medical equipment. This is rather grotesque. It's somewhat distorted. For a medical model, it's quite inaccurate. Besides the standard X and gamma rays, they can also project neutron and proton particle beams with this equipment. I would suspect that it is used in cancer treatment. These are monitors for ultrasound, MRI scanners, and other imaging equipment. They are already connected to the nearby machines. I'm not picking up any movement, at least not anymore. There was some movement, but I've lost it now. That's not good. Alright, let's look over the entire room. Uh-oh. The skeleton is gone. It was definitely there a moment ago. I read movement. This room. Watch it.
Did I get it?
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated. There's no doubt now that this is their maintenance facility. This one was probably still waiting to get its artificial skin installed.
So this is what they really look like, huh?
Yeah, that's the scariest thing about them. You can't tell them from real people once they've got that skin on.
Perhaps that's humanity's great weakness. We're always judging books by their cover.
And it's just that human weakness that they're out to take advantage of.
All right, Random. Metal, let's go. The HQ's junk squad can take care of him later. We've got an investigation to do.
Uh-oh. I think it's definitely dead, or terminated this time. You're not even trying to hide it. Yes, all of its functions have ceased. I don't read any residual energy either.
Impressive! Looks like I misjudged you, Junker.
That was quite a tough customer. You get a few hundred of those together and that would be it. Gillian, let's get on with the investigation. Green blood, huh? The remains of the Snatcher are on the floor. Its functions have been completely terminated. It won't be moving again. Well, let's hope not. Just like that last one, you never know when they might pop out. Keep your blaster ready, Gillian. Let's go into door number 2. Oh, there is definitely more going on in here than the one above ground. Look at this, some kind of testing equipment is running. That's a real nasty sound, gets on my nerves. There are a number of jars for formaldehyde and other chemicals. Samples mutated cells and organs with tumors? I don't want to look at this stuff. Argon lasers, argon dye lasers. It's a device for selectively destroying certain types of cancer cells. They also have the latest gene cannon. Everything is quite neatly organized. There are samples here of monoclonal antibodies. What in the world is that? Antibodies which are said to have beneficial effects on cancerous melanomas. There's no mistake, this is definitely their maintenance hospital. DNA synthesizers, DNA sequencers, a nucleic acid extractor, chromatography equipment, automatic pipetting devices. That's a particle accelerator used to generate a stream of heavy particles for a number of different treatment techniques. The machine is in standby mode. It looks like the Snatchers were working on artificial skin regeneration techniques as well as various cancer treatments. This is quite an impressive array of equipment. Some university hospitals are not stocked this well. NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance microscopes, STMs, scanning tunnel microscopes, high-voltage electron microscopes, electron beam holography cameras, streak cameras. Gillian, the Snatchers obviously possess much greater intelligence than we have previously given them credit for. Nevertheless, their technology seems somewhat dated. Dated? What do you mean by that? The equipment and techniques that they are using? Most of these methods were abandoned years ago. This is well behind the current level of technology in most developed countries. It's a rough approximation, but I would say that they are 20 to 30 years behind the times. What's more, judging from the imbalance of the research material here, it appears to be primarily the work of one individual. Is it the lead doctor? You're telling me that all this work on the Snatcher's artificial skin is being carried out by one person and not some government institution? The design of this lab itself is in violation of a number of the biohazard prevention safety codes. While a few safety cabinets have been installed, there is no autoclave or gas sterilizer anywhere. This is quite far from P4 level. I seriously doubt that this lab was set up by a government or any other large organization. That skeleton back there was probably waiting to get his skin here, eh? Do you think this place is only used for skin treatment? Let's leave. Yeah, I feel sick. Yeah, me too. So Gillian, now it's down to just room number 3. So, if there's only 2 switches that controls these 2 doors, what's the switch that we need to do for number 3? There are only 2 buttons here. There's only 2 buttons. Maybe it can be opened using those 2 buttons? Let's do switch 1 and 2 at the same time. This is a new option that popped up because we investigated those switches.
Alright, let's try pushing both buttons simultaneously.
The 2 buttons are on opposite panels, so there's no way one person can push them both alone. But if two of us work together, it might do it.
That's it, Gillian. It makes perfect sense. It's the same system they used to use in nuclear missile silos in the late 20th century. Eliminates the risk of one man going nuts and acting alone.
Well, it's hard to be sure, but let's give it a try anyway. I've got button 1. Random, you push number 2. You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Come on!
You did it! Door number 3 opened.
With safety measures like that, they must have had a good reason for wanting to keep it closed.
Yeah, no kidding. Alright, well. Are you ready, Random? Let's have a look at the last room.
Good God!
I read 4 human skeletons in this room.
It's their morgue!
Perhaps victims of the Snatchers?
Well, it doesn't look like whoever put them here was too worried about making sure they would rest in peace.
No, it doesn't. These have got to be their victims.
This is probably where they hide the bodies of the originals they snatched from places like Outer Heaven.
They probably picked Outer Heaven because it gets a lot of VIP traffic. Plus, during masquerade time, they could work the place and still keep their identities secret.
Yeah, and the guy who set up the link between them and Outer Heaven was Freddy, that taxi driver. They must have gone after him not because of who he was, but what he did. After all, with a taxi, there's plenty of chances to milk your customers for information. That's probably how they learned about Outer Heaven and Plato's Cavern.
I've been wondering what they had done with the bodies.
Want to hide a book? What better place than the library? Need to hide a body? How about the morgue?
And for them, keeping the bodies hidden is crucial. I mean, if somebody who's supposed to be dead is out walking the streets, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out that something screwy is going on.
That means that if we can figure out who these bodies were, then we've just nailed 4 Snatchers.
Well, this is rather grotesque, so... A number of different insect larvae have infested the body. It hasn't been well preserved, to say the least. But it's definitely a human body. The insects infesting a decomposing body can be divided into 8 large groups. Each of those groups works on the body for roughly 15 days, making an 8 by 15 day or 4-month cycle. As such, an analysis of the variety, number, and size of the organisms on the body allows for a rather accurate estimation of which group is currently present. In other words, you can figure out how long the victim's been dead without analyzing the body itself, right? On this particular body, flies have laid eggs and the maggots have grown into adult flies, so it has been less than 30 days since death. As for the other 3 bodies, 1 full cycle has been completed, so at least 4 months have passed. It appears to have been a proper morgue at one time, but now is being used as little more than a closet. There is a ventilation duct on one side of the room. It looks like it's the one on the back there. One of the bodies is still decomposing, the other 3 are little more than skeletons. There is a cover on the duct, but it has been weakened by oxidation. Can you determine the cause of death? The bodies are severely damaged. Such a determination would require more extensive facilities than are available here. What about the identity of the victims? Hair, clothing, even teeth, anything that could be used to make an identification is gone. Damn Snatchers, they were careful to make sure their identities didn't get out. If we even had some teeth, we might be able to make an ID. What about these teeth here? They've been deliberately misaligned to prevent identification. Then I guess we'll never be able to ID them. There is a way. What? How? We can perform a simulated reconstruction. Fortunately, the skulls of the victims are still intact. Reconstruction, eh? Good idea. Great idea. Well, why don't we, Metal? Let's do this reconstruction thing on the bodies.
Now performing simulated reconstruction of the head and facial features of each of the 4 victims. Commencing with victim number 1. Now performing craniometric analysis. X-ray and sagittal X-ray, magnetic resonance imaging, and positron CT data gathered. Complete cranial data now being compiled. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction. First, victim's age. Estimate based on 1. Presence or absence of cranial fontanelles and chroma of epicranial sutures. 2. Area of facial region and cranium. 3. Height of upper and lower jaw and development of alveolar part. And 4. Location of cranial center of gravity. Next, victim's sex. Estimate based on 1. Overall size of cranium. 2. Parietal bone angle. And 3. Development of splachnocranium. Lastly, victim's race. Estimate based on 1. Overall cranial configuration. 2. Volume of intercranial cavity. And 3. Mass of the skull. Now commencing soft feature reconstruction based on averaged results of above analysis. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of first victim completed.
It's Freddie Nielsen.
Moving on to second victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 2. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of second victim completed.
That's Lisa Nielsen.
Moving on to third victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 3. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of third victim completed.
Who in the world is that?
That's the director of Queen's Hospital, Shin Fui, what's his face,
Chin Shu O Gillian. Moving on to last victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 4.
This one's the most recent. It's still decomposing.
Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of final victim completed.
It's the chief!
What?
The chief is a snatcher. The Benson on the scrap of that patient record was Benson Cunningham.
Judging from the condition of the body, I would estimate that the snatching took place approximately 1 month ago.
So it was the chief who sabotaged our turbo cycle. And those matches we found in Harry's room, the chief must have put them there to try to set him up.
No doubt Harry figured it out and decided to leave that face-to-face message. Wait a minute. Didn't Mika say that Harry had left to go find the chief?
That's right. He was probably trying to track down some evidence on the chief.
Gillian, I'd say that this Harry has put himself in a pretty dangerous spot.
If it was the chief that sabotaged the turbo cycle, doesn't that mean that he already knows we're onto him?
Damn! Harry and Mika are in danger!
That's far enough, Junker. Your little investigation is over.
It's them!
Who? Snatchers?
Get them!
I can't reach my blaster.
I'm hit in the leg.
Is that the best you can do, Junker?
Who's there?
Jin Shuo, you scum!
It seems you still have some fight left in you. You two are finished, but our plans move forward. We are now entering Phase 2. And when we do, not only this city, but the entire world will be ours to command.
Phase 2? What are you talking about?
As you know, our operations have been hindered up to now by the flaws in our artificial skin. The skin's shortcomings have kept us away from ultraviolet rays, forcing us to do our work at night, underground, or in the winter. In the end, we had to construct a hospital like this, all because of the flaws in our artificial skin. This was the only difference between us and you humans. But now we have broken this barrier.
Huh?
We are on the verge of developing a perfect artificial skin, thanks to the cooperation of a new partner in our plan.
Perfect artificial skin? A new partner?
Once we have the new skin, nothing will be able to stop us. And with that, our plan moves to Phase 2. Our little experiment in this city will end, and we'll move in force to take over the world.
Don't be so sure. You won't get out of the city that easy.
You humans are always so overconfident, so naive.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure you're aware that the Kyoto Summit, being held to decide how to handle the Snatcher problem, opens tomorrow.
Metal, is that right?
Yes. Countries around the world are concerned about the Snatcher problem. It will be one of the main topics discussed at this year's summit.
That's right. Tomorrow, we attack the summit.
You must be crazy. The security there will be incredible. You won't even get close.
Must I explain everything to you, Junker? Aren't you even aware that a fellow Junker will be giving a special presentation at the summit?
The Chief! Cunningham! So that's why you snatched him.
We've known that your chief would be speaking at the summit for over 3 months now.
Gillian, the summit is tomorrow. We have to hurry.
Listen, we have your chief. You Junkers are at our mercy, and so is this city. And tomorrow, we move on the world. Nothing can stop us now. We will finally achieve our long-awaited goal of global domination.
Who is this we you keep talking about?
We? We are an evolved life form, given life in the depths of the Kremlin by our creator, Modnar. We are a new race.
Modnar?
Modnar? The Kremlin? Those names are familiar, but...
Our goal is to snatch all of the world's leaders and then achieve total control of human thought and worldwide racial unification.
You're insane. Humanity won't be so easily dominated. You underestimate the strength of the human spirit.
I think not. In the same way as the Nazis, our strategy begins with the overpowering of the spirit of the people. We will strike at you humans' weakest point, the most primitive part of your psychological makeup, your suspiciousness and fear. By provoking suspicion and mistrust throughout the populace, we will destroy that fragile fabric which holds your society together, that of trust. Fear is you humans' weak point. It is the primitive part of your brains that binds you forever to your animal ancestors and makes you vulnerable. By stimulating that part of your atavistic instincts, our plan can succeed magnificently.
Gillian, at this rate, they'll kill us all. You've got to get out alive. You're a Junker.
just one of you have in mind?
I've got a big fireworks show ready for him. Better that than get snatched.
What? You're gonna blow yourself up? No, we're better off fighting together.
Hey, it won't work. I'm hit in the thigh. Ow, oh, damn. A bounty hunter can't do anything with a leg wound like this. I might as well have been shot in the head.
Well, there must be some way out of here.
Hey, I wasn't doing this job just for fun. I stayed ready for situations like this. I've always been prepared to go out with a bang.
It's December. A little late for fireworks.
So it'll be an off-season show.
No, I can't let you.
My belt's packed with TNT-PX. You know, that really strong stuff they use in the mines on Mars? One push, and this whole hospital will go. No trouble at all. No time to sit around thinking, Junker boy. Go! What are you doing? Get your butt moving, you fool! Get out through this air shaft. I've got a powerful strobe on me. Its flash will screw up their sensors long enough for you to get out. Now, you with me? Fireworks are better from a distance anyway, Gillian.
Are you two finished chatting? Then I think it's time for you to die. We're quite busy, you know.
You ready? When I give the signal, break into the air shaft and run, and don't forget your blaster.
Metal, stay with me.
Yes, sir.
Random.
Gillian! Doesn't look like I'm gonna have a chance to call in that debt you owe me.
Don't worry. I'll pay it back to the Snatchers with interest.
All right, go! Run, Gillian!
Metal, are you okay?
Think.
Metal, something broken?
Okay, but it appears that language circuits have been damaged somewhat.
What happened?
Random blew himself up after getting us into this air shaft.
Random.
Gillian, that explosion should have taken all of Queen's Hospital with it.
The thick walls of this duct must have shielded us from enough of the blast. If it wasn't for Random, we wouldn't have made it. Oh, Random.
Gillian, we have no time for grief now. We must get back to Junker headquarters as quickly as possible. Harry and Mika are in danger.
You're right. And I have to keep my promise to Random. But first, we have to figure out how to get out of here.
I can't see a thing. What should we do?
Well, rest in peace, Random. We just gotta keep going. We can't really see anything here, so we may as well turn on the light. Metal, turn your light on, will you? I was waiting for you to ask. Let there be light. Well, let's try moving forward. There could be Snatchers waiting for us. Please use extreme caution. How far does this thing go? Gillian, are you sure that this thing has an exit? There's some kind of scratches here. Scratches? Check them out. This scratch was caused by the scraping of a very hard, claw-like object of some kind. A Snatcher? Maybe they were using this as some kind of shortcut or a back route. It appears that a Snatcher was dragged through here. A human body would not cause such marks. Maybe that naked Snatcher we saw in the operating room? That's probably correct. An endostructure before the artificial skin was installed seems most likely. What's this? There's some sand spilled here. How did this get here? For an air duct, the quantity of dust is quite low, so that means that this thing is used regularly, right? Yes, there is certainly no reason why anyone would ever deliberately clean a duct like this. Gillian, is it Snow 9? The lower surface is constructed of reinforced concrete. Alright, now analyzing this sand. Iron particles, high quantities of phosphorus. This type of sand is particular to the M district in Nyokobi. The M district, eh? Around the old factory, right? What's that mean? It's constructed quite well. There are signs that construction to reinforce it has been carried out. Reinforcing bars formed of level 4 hardness steel alloy have been installed. It's quite strong. And that's what saved us. I guess we should thank him, eh? It seems that this is not just a simple air duct. Alright, I will gather and analyze a sample of the air here. Gillian, the results are as I would have expected. Though the concentration is thin, there is definitely Snow 9 present. Snow 9, huh? Is it okay to breathe it? You will be safe at these concentrations. This does not seem to be just an ordinary air duct. It looks like the Snatchers have been using it to move around. With these scratches and the presence of Snow 9, I'd say it's definite. I sure don't want to meet up with any of them in a tight space like this. Now we get the option to advance. Alright, continuing forward. Jeez, this thing just keeps going. In sectors, Gillian, use your blaster. You've got to be kidding, not here. This is pretty tough, actually. I do have to concentrate a little bit here, because I've already taken a hit. These Insector fights are starting to get a little brutal, which is kind of ironic because you would think the Snatchers are much more difficult to deal with. Nah, it's the Insectors. 2 hits. I'm no longer reading any motion. Ew, they really build a lot of those things, don't they? They sure do. Gillian, are you alright? Yeah, I'll live. Took 2 hits, though. Those Insectors must be the security for this area, which means that at the end of this duct... I'm not reading any more motion. Let's move on. Don't want to meet up with any more of those spiders. Look, a way out. We're safe, Gillian. Metal, don't let your guard down.
What in the world?
This is part of the tube liner, the city's long-abandoned subway system.
You mean Queen's Hospital and this were connected?
Yes, it would appear that the Snatchers were using this to move from place to place. This would provide them with the perfect way to move about while still avoiding the ultraviolet rays they hate so much. We should have realized this sooner. The city is crisscrossed by the tube liner's old lines, and since they are abandoned, the Snatchers could move undetected as well.
Aha! That's how those 2 we caught a glimpse of at the abandoned factory where Gibson was killed were able to disappear so quickly. They must have used this subway.
That would appear to be correct. The tube liner passes underneath that factory site as well. That would also explain why sand from the factory was in the air duct at the hospital.
So this is the trick they were using to stay out of the sun and avoid being seen while they moved around.
Now we know why it took so long to uncover them.
All right, let's follow the subway. We should be able to get out when we get to the nearest station.
How far does this bloody thing go? We're probably lost. I wonder where we are. This is a really nice scene. I just want to appreciate this for a moment. It's one of the few scenes in the game where there's actual emotion of, and we're not just like looking at a static image. Not in the same way as Alton Plaza with the burned out neon and the main advertising board that keeps switching to different things. But having the other 2 characters here moving, it This is one of the few moments where it almost feels like you're actually watching a movie, which is kind of like what the Sega CD was all about, right? Full motion video and all that. Nah, Snatcher deliberately chose not to go full motion video. Metal, can you see what's up ahead? It appears that the tunnel continues for as far as I can see. That's the area we just passed through. I see nothing out of the ordinary. Metal, how much farther do we have to go to reach the next station? Since I don't know what our exact present location is, I cannot give you an accurate figure. This part of the system didn't have very many stations. We will probably have to walk quite a bit further. What part of the city is this? I believe we are probably underneath the MR district. The only sound is that of our own footsteps. Metal, can you hear any trains approaching? What are you saying, Gillian? The tube liner system has been abandoned for years. Hey, Metal. Yes, Gillian? Nothing, just wanted to make sure you were awake. There is no sound besides what we are making. I'm not picking up any unusual sounds. Gillian, what's wrong?
Look, Metal, light!
Yes, but this doesn't look like a station.
There's a ladder.
Where do you suppose it leads, Gillian?
I don't have the slightest, but let's climb it and see.
All right, now climbing the ladder. We seem to have emerged into an odd place. Wait, this room.
It's Freddie Nielsen's bathroom. He was using this shaft from the bathtub to get down into the subway. So that's how he did that.
Ah, yes. As I recall, after you disposed of Lisa, he somehow entered the apartment without using the regular entrance.
Which he accomplished by using this secret passage into his bathtub.
The bathtub must be of a double construction. The bottom is actually a lid. When they wanted to hide the passage, all they needed to do was fill the tub. And to get in and out, they would just drain the water into another tank.
Jeez. Double bottom bathtubs? Abandoned subways? Snatchers really go out of their way to stay out of the sun.
Okay, Gillian, let's head outside.
What the actual hell, right? Alright, let's get out of here. This is Freddy's living room. Now that we have a little bit of an idea that everything is all related to Moscow, I think it will shed a little bit more light on what exactly this map is for. Shin Shu-Oh over at Queen's Hospital had a picture of St. Basil's Cathedral. The chief keeps a picture of the red square hidden. How come everybody is such a big Moscow fan these days? What's going on here? Moscow seems to hold some clue to this whole thing, doesn't it? Moscow. Did that guy say anything about it? Before the explosion, didn't Shin Shu-Oh say something about achieving what was meant to be 55 years ago in the depths of the Kremlin? Now that you mention it, this map is from exactly that era, isn't it? Moscow, 55 years ago. The key to understanding the Snatchers is no doubt lies there. This has to have some meaning. I don't think they'd paste a 50-year-old map up here just as a decoration. Be careful that you don't touch the tape lines. Tape? You mean this laser beam, right? Don't break the beam, Gillian. You'll have people from headquarters all over the place. It's a security sensor, you know. I see. Gotta make sure nobody messes with the evidence after all. Yeah, geez, I feel like I'm breaking into the place or something. We're outside of Nielsen's apartment. Oh God, now let's get back to headquarters. Look, there's a taxi over there. The cab is for hire. Shall we board it? Alright, let's board the taxi. We've boarded the taxi. Where to, sir? This is a manned cab. I can take you anywhere you want to go. We're on urgent business. Get us to Junker headquarters as quickly as you can. Junker headquarters, eh? What would you want to go there for? Something going down? We're in a hurry. Is that some kind of joke, sir? You can't be serious. This is a manned taxi, you know. I can't get to a place like that. Metal, I think we picked a weird taxi. Listen, I'm a junker. Take me to junker headquarters and do it quickly. I'm afraid not. You're going somewhere else. You want to know where that is? Where? Straight to hell. Still alive.
Is he dead?
He's junk now. Stubborn one, wasn't he?
Jeez. He made it through that explosion and was waiting for us out here. If those things ever get control of the city, there's no way we'll ever get it back. We've got to stop them before that.
And to do that, we have to prevent the chief from getting to the Kyoto summit.
I know. And I have to pay back my debt to Random.
Let's use this taxi to get back to Junker headquarters.
I planned on it. I just hope Mika and Harry are safe.
What a resilient guy that Chin Shu Oh. We've arrived at Junker headquarters. I certainly hope Mika and Harry are safe. Alright, Metal, this is it, the final showdown. Are you ready? Let's go. Now entering headquarters. That's not a good sign. What? The shutter on the reception booth is closed. Uh-oh, this is not good. It's been locked from the inside. The only way to open it is from inside the booth. Oh dear. The surface of the shutter shows evidence of having been struck by fire from an energy weapon. I read motion. Something is in the booth. Oh boy. The emergency light is flashing on the door check panel. So headquarters has been put on emergency status? It appears that something attacked this place. The shutter to the reception booth is closed. Is Mika still in the booth? Uh-oh. There are a few holes in the shield, no doubt caused by blaster or cannon fire. Cannon? Then it's Snatchers who did this. We have to get the booth open before we will be able to get to the door open. Gillian, we have to open this somehow. Can't this be opened from the outside? If it has an emergency external connection port, then it can be opened from the outside. Metal, find this external connection jack. Here we are. I have located an emergency external connection port on the side of the booth. With this, I will be able to open the shutter. Let's do so. Now plugging into with emergency external connection port. Releasing lock mechanism. Now opening the shutter.
All right, I'm going to open it, but please use extreme caution. Anything could be inside.
Mika! Mika, are you all right? Metal, how is she?
Her pulse is normal. The only external injuries are to her forehead, and they are not serious. There's been no significant blood loss.
Mika, come on, snap out of it. It's me, Gillian.
Gillian? Gillian!
Mika, what happened?
Gillian, the chief. The chief is a Snatcher.
So he's finally shown his true colors.
Harry's...
What's happened to Harry?
Harry put me in the pod and sealed the main door. He locked the Snatcher in.
That was smart. Not even a Snatcher can get through this shield.
So where's Harry?
He said keep the door sealed no matter what happens in there. And then he went in. Gillian, please help him.
Harry! Mika, open the door. I'm going in. Metal, we're going in. Be careful. That Snatcher could be hiding anywhere.
Yes, sir.
Gillian, please be careful. The chief is very cunning. Don't let your guard down.
Don't worry. I'll watch myself in there.
I mean, I guess we could say that Chief is very Benson Cunningham too. Oh dear. Uh-oh.
Harry!
Oh. Oh, Gillian. Is that you? I'm getting old. Just look at me.
What happened?
I saw the Chief messing with your turbocycle. And that weird picture in his office. Ah.
Metal, how is he? Metal!
I do not wish to say.
Really that bad, huh?
Gillian, when I confronted him about what I saw, he showed me what he really was. I was barely able to even scratch him.
That's enough, Harry. I understand. Metal, is there anything we can do for him?
Gillian, I'm sorry.
Harry, you'll be okay. Doesn't look like you're hurting too bad. This'll work out perfect. You always were working too hard anyway. Why don't you take a nice long vacation somewhere and rest up?
Yeah, sure. Nice try, Gillian, but it's my body. I know I ain't gonna make it. You were a good kid, Gillian.
Harry!
I don't know how to say this right, but I've always had a special feeling about you. I've always had trouble talking to people since I was little, like my father. What I can remember of him.
Pulse and blood pressure falling.
Harry, hang in there. You and I were gonna go out and tie one on, remember?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You, me, and Jean, the three of us.
But John is...
Metal, quiet!
Gillian, I've lived my life alone. I didn't know my parents or family. Always so stubborn, glued to my research. I never really trusted anybody. That was a mistake.
Blood pressure continuing to fall.
Harry?
After Jean died, I felt it. Human warmth, companionship.
I know what you mean.
Gillian, I just wanted to get along with everybody. I don't need no Nobel Prize. For 50 years, I've been searching, trying to find something I lost. Looks like I'll never find it now.
Gillian, he's about...
Looks like I've been talking too much. It's up to you now, Gillian. I'm finished. You won't forget this, old grouch, will you?
Harry!
Gillian, you've got to believe in yourself. You're the last junker.
Harry! Harry!
Pulse 0. Pupils are dilated.
Cunningham! No! Snatcher! I'll get you for this!
We have no time for grieving. That Snatcher is still hiding somewhere here in headquarters.
Metal, listen to me. If that Snatcher gets me, you've got to take Mika and run. Then you've got to blow up Junker headquarters. Blow it sky high! You understand me?
Yes, sir. I just hope it doesn't come to that. So, where should we start our search?
R.I.P. to Harry as well. We gotta keep going. And you gotta find Benson and take him down fast. Alright, let's move to the Chief's office, which is the first logical place where to find him. And he's not there. Okay. No one here in the detective's room either. Okay. We basically just have to get into all of the main rooms to make sure that Benson isn't anywhere in them, at which point we head back to the chief's office. What's this? There's something on the desk. It looks like a pool of blood. It's drippy drippy. There is some kind of stain on the desktop. There was no stain like this a few moments ago. It's blood. It appears that blood is dripping from the ceiling. So can we look up? Yes, blood is dripping from the ceiling. Why don't we investigate the ceiling? It's Spider-Man.
The lighting control system has been destroyed. Distance to motion readings increasing.
Is he trying to run?
Motion readings have vanished.
You got past me this time, Snatcher.
Headquarters emergency lighting has been activated.
Can we find him again?
We should go after him immediately.
We'll find him. We know he's somewhere inside headquarters.
The Snatcher has been wounded. We should look for traces of blood.
Alright. Let's check each individual room again. Nothing here. Still nothing. Nothing in the hallway either. Damn, where is it hiding? There's no way for it to get out of headquarters. There are still some rooms we haven't checked. And just for good measure, definitely not in the chief's office either. So, let's check the lobby. The lobby? You never know. But the main door was sealed off when we came in. We've checked and double-checked everywhere else. Let's go take a look.
The main door has been opened. Did Mika open it?
Wait, Mika's not in the pod. What happened?
The lighting has been disconnected.
Don't move, Seed.
Cunningham, is that you?
I read motion. He is definitely in here.
Where are you? Show yourself.
I'm right here. I don't need to run or hide from you.
Mika!
No, Gillian, don't move. It's a trap.
A hostage? You cowardly scum! Mika, why did you open the entrance?
I don't know. I was really scared. I mean, the emergency light's coming on so suddenly.
Seed, go ahead and shoot. But you'd better be a pretty good shot, or this kid goes home in a bag.
Shoot, Gillian. Kill this thing. Don't worry about me.
Mika!
What are you going to do?
I have you now, Junker.
This is pretty simple. You just have to aim for the corners, that's it. Oops.
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated.
Mika, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Harry? I got him. Random? Sorry it took so long, but this ought to make us even.
Junker? You may have stopped me, but it's not over yet.
Gillian, this is just residual energy feedback. Its power levels are dropping rapidly.
Queen's Hospital was nothing more than a maintenance facility. We have comrades operating throughout the city, more than you can imagine. Now our plans will move into Phase 2. For that, we will enlist the help of Professor Lorraine. Your existence is meaningless, as long as you don't get your memory back. Good luck, Junker.
My memory? Comrades? Professor Lorraine?
Harry! Why? Please tell me. Why do so many good people have to die?
Mika!
This is all wrong.
Mika, don't worry. I won't let anybody else die. I've made a promise to Harry and Random. But the city is still full of Snatchers. This fight is just beginning.
Gillian, I have an urgent video call from Jamie. I'll connect you.
Gillian, I've got my memory back. I remember everything.
Your memory? So what about us, Jamie? Who are we?
Gillian, it's terrible. What we've done.
Jamie, what's wrong?
I can't tell you something like this over the video phone. I would have been better off never remembering.
Okay, Jamie, calm down. I'll head out right now. Where are you? Is it snowing?
I'm sorry, Gillian. I can't tell you. They've taken our boy hostage.
Our boy? Who?
Professor Modner is here too.
Jamie, what are you talking about?
I'm so sorry.
Snatcher!
Gillian!
We have Professor Lorraine. We only require her cooperation for a short period here at the Kremlin. So for now, I suggest you avoid doing anything foolish, Professor Seed.
Well, what a way for that act to end, huh? Professor Seed? Yeah, we're gonna find out. Let's go into the next act. So I'm gonna go ahead and overwrite the save here, and I'm actually gonna BRB just for a little bit. And once I come back, let's finish out this act. All right, we are in the end game now, so absolutely yes. Let's finish this.
With the start of this year's Kyoto Summit just 3 hours away, the delegates from the participating countries are beginning to arrive at the conference center. A major poll of domestic and international opinion, carried out just last week, shows that the vast majority of respondents favor a complete quarantine of Neo Kobe as a means to combat the risk of the Snatcher menace.
Now that the Chief's death has been confirmed, it won't be long before they strip us of our Junker authorization.
They will be deciding how to handle Neo Kobe at the summit in just 3 hours.
There are rumors that they're going to use nukes on the city to make sure the Snatchers are wiped out.
That's ridiculous. Come on, this is the 21st century.
That may not be as improbable as it seems. The world's leaders are extremely concerned about the Snatcher problem.
The Chief was going to calm this hysteria in his speech at the summit, but that'll never happen now.
3 months ago, government pressure on Junker operations increased dramatically. Gillian's transfer here was really our last chance.
Our own chief was snatched. It's not too surprising they don't want to trust us anymore.
I've heard that the Army and FBI are going to take over operations now.
That's correct. That too will be officially decided in 3 hours' time.
3 hours, eh? Is there any way we can find their hideout in that time?
If we don't, we and everybody else in this city are finished.
As far as they're concerned, we're just like a cancerous tumor that has to be cut out.
We have to hit the Snatchers' headquarters before then.
Gillian, can you do it?
If we only knew where it was, I should be able to manage something.
Hitting their outposts like Queen's Hospital won't do any good. We have to find their main nerve center.
What about the memory of that Snatcher who was impersonating the Chief?
Just like the others, it was completely blanked. It's a form of self-destruct mechanism that they use.
Wait a minute. Metal, what about tracing that video phone call from Jamie?
It was no good. The call didn't last long enough. Still, it definitely did come from within the city.
Damn. Where are they hiding?
Gillian, can't you remember anything at all? Didn't Jamie say something that implied you were somehow connected to the Snatchers?
Nothing. I can't remember a damn thing. Metal, I want you to tell me everything you know about me. Why was I sent to Junker headquarters? Where did I come from?
Gillian.
Metal, the Chief's dead. Tell me everything you know about me.
Well, you see...
Metal!
All right. With the Chief gone, you are the highest-ranking officer here.
You knew all along?
Of course.
Where were we rescued from?
3 years ago, you and Jamie were taken into protective custody in the Siberian Neutral Zone by the 17th Siberian Investigative Force. More precisely, you were discovered in cryogenic sleep pods in an underground bunker near Moscow.
Cryogenic sleep pods? You mean they were frozen?
This is a photograph of the bunker. There is no record of when you were placed there. In addition, the third pod was empty at the time you were discovered.
There were 3 pods?
You were revived and taken into custody by the Army. Apparently, as a result of the extended sleep, both of you suffered from complete amnesia. However, another theory suggests your memories may have been intentionally erased. This is the only piece of evidence found at the site.
That's Harry's picture, from when he was a kid.
That's correct. Harry is Gillian and Jamie's son. It's been confirmed by DNA tests.
Harry? Harry was my son?
Using the information gained from the photo, it was established that you are Gillian Seed and your wife, Jamie Lorraine. Both of you are American citizens, born in the late 1960s.
The 1960s?
In addition, both of you vanished without a trace in 1989. There is no other information available about you after that.
1989?
Yes. You come from a world that's been gone for 50 years.
But what does that have to do with the Snatchers?
When the 17th Special Investigative Force was bringing the two of you out, there was an accident. Though the two of you were all right, most of the 17th was killed. One of them was a Snatcher. Of course, before their departure, they all underwent thorough examinations. So, if one of them was snatched...
It had to be somewhere in Siberia, right?
That's correct. And in order to attempt to determine the origin of the Snatcher, as well as your true identities, you were assigned to Junker headquarters. The hope was that exposure to the Snatchers would help you regain your memories.
Moscow? 50 years ago?
Almost everyone who was in Moscow at the time was killed in the catastrophe.
So Gillian and Jamie are the only living witnesses?
Harry. Harry was my son. Did he know?
No. It was highly classified information. He was never told.
I was never able to do anything for him.
Wait a minute, Gillian. Didn't Jamie say something about taking a boy hostage?
That's right. They must know about Harry and are using him to threaten her.
We have to find their headquarters quickly.
We've only got 3 hours.
Gillian, let's think this all through again. We may get some kind of a hint out of it.
You're right. There may be some clue in the way they're operating.
All right. Let's go over what we know about them.
Well, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. That was a really good recap of the previous act, and basically unfurling all the plot threads that we've seen so far. From my understanding of this particular release's development, this act wasn't originally found in the original MSX or the PC-88 releases. This was added for the Sega CD version. The original game ended at Act 2, I believe, or it had a different ending to Act 2. But with the release of the Sega CD version, the ending for Act 2 changed a little bit, and an entirely new act, Act 3, was added to properly conclude the story, I suppose. Okay, so let's go over everything that we know so far about this game. First of all, what's the Snatcher's weak point? Ultraviolet rays. This is the Snatcher's weak point? That's correct. Their weak point is their defective artificial skin. Long-term exposure to UV rays causes mutations in the melanocytes in the stratum basale of the skin, which become cancerous. Specifically, long UV rays in the 250 to 350 nanometer range is responsible for causing this cancer. That's right, and the reason that they are so limited as to when they can be out. They only come out at night in the middle of the winter, and wear sunscreen even then. That's the method that Jean used to figure out what the Snatchers were up to. How ironic, it turns out that the destruction of the ozone layer actually had a benefit for us humans. That's right, now what method were they using to move and be able to avoid ultraviolet rays and sunlight at the same time? Well, they were using the abandoned train system in the Zenon Pass. This is the method of movement that the Snatchers were using? That's right, they were using the abandoned tunnels of the old tube-liner system to get from place to place. That's how they were able to move around without being noticed. Nielsen's apartment, the old factory, Queen's Hospital, all of their hideouts were connected by the tube-liner. So maybe there is a tunnel under their main base as well? There's a good chance of that. Next, what phenomenon was always observed at any location where Snatchers appeared, including the underground tunnels? We be sneezing. This is the phenomenon you're talking about? That's right, and what was the cause of the sneezing? Snow 9. This is the reason for the sneezing. You're correct. The sneezing was caused by the presence of the allergen Snow 9. Snow 9 is an artificial form of pollen developed by the military, and its presence is limited to certain regions. They were using it to interfere with radio transmissions and keep people away. They probably were producing it intentionally themselves. So basically shaft grenades from Metal Gear Solid. The only regions of the city where Snow 9 is still present are areas around the Ina River. It has been cleared out of other areas because of the danger it presents. So that means that their base must be somewhere near the Ina River, right? That is a fair conclusion. They are probably somewhere near the Ina River, protected by the Snow 9. Accessible to the tube liner and near the Ina River. And we must not forget the 3 photographs that we found the Snatchers with. All of them were related to the Soviet Union before the catastrophe. The map on the wall of Nielsen's apartment, the picture of the temple in the director's office at Queen's Hospital, the photo of Red Square hidden in the chief's office. Why do the Snatchers keep pictures and memorabilia like this? Maybe they're homesick? Maybe that's where they come from. Homesick? Get serious, Mika. They're robots, you know. Let's analyze this a little closer. What city is related to all 3 of these pictures? Moscow. That's correct, it's Moscow. Moscow must be where they come from. That must be the basis of their programming. You might be right. Just as people have a hometown that is dear to them, their creators may have put a hometown into their programming. They use very advanced artificial intelligence systems, so they may have needed something like that to maintain their emotional balance. Yeah, they were born out of nothing, but they needed to give them some kind of image as an emotional base. So Moscow is their creator and their home, and the place that they found Jamie and I.
In other words, this homing instinct thing of theirs has led them to set up their headquarters in some place that reminds them of home, or their creator.
What part of this city is like Moscow?
Moscow's really cold, right? They get a lot of snow, don't they?
Snow?
No snow has been recorded in Neo-Kobe in several years.
Well, then that's not it.
Wait, what about that pollen? That crystal bioengineered stuff, Snow 9?
Now that you mention it, wasn't it snowing on Jamie's video phone call?
That's right. Their hideout has to be somewhere close to the Ina River.
The Ina River flows for miles around here, Gillian. We could never search it all in time.
Gillian, let's look at a map of the areas investigated so far. This is an enlarged view of the southwest portion of the city around the Ina River. This blue area is that in which Snow 9 is present. Now I'll superimpose a chart of the abandoned tube liner tunnels. From this, we can establish those areas with Snow 9, which are accessible by subway tunnel.
Damn. Nice try, but it's still too large. We could never cover it in 3 hours.
Don't give up so fast, Gillian. What about that image of home thing we were talking about? Maybe there's some kind of geographic similarity. Maybe the same view can be seen or something.
I'll display a map of Moscow alongside.
What's this?
Look, the rivers are exactly the same shape.
This is the Moscow River over here.
It looks like we're on the right track, Metal. Show us the location that Jamie and I were picked up from.
All right, right here.
Metal, before the catastrophe, what was at this location?
The headquarters for the entire Soviet Union, the Kremlin.
The Kremlin? That Snatcher said something about taking Jamie to their Kremlin.
Metal, what spot in Neo-Kobe would match up with the location of Moscow's Kremlin?
Calculating. This is the spot. It's presently occupied by an old church. It's rather large, but reports indicate it's been abandoned for nearly 20 years.
And it's right in the middle of the Snow 9 and subway area.
That's it! That's their headquarters, their new Kremlin.
Gillian, let's go!
Wait, Gillian. I want to go with you.
Sorry, Mika.
Hey, I'm a junker too, you know.
I know, and you're a great one at that.
So take me with you then.
You head to the summit to warn the delegates. They haven't given up, you know.
The summit's in Kyoto. I'm not going to be the only one to run.
You've got to convince them not to use nukes on Neo-Kobe.
We found their hideout. There's no need now to sink the whole island.
Yes, but...
It's a tough job. Can you do it?
Okay, Gillian. I'll do what I can.
Thanks. Thank you, Mika.
Don't say it, okay?
Let's go, Gillian.
Gillian?
Yes?
What's
wrong?
How about dinner sometime?
Dinner?
Yeah, you know, dinner.
Mika.
Not interested. I thought it would be nice, you know, to kick back, relax. It's Christmas after all.
Christmas, huh? I'll be back by then.
Gillian, we have to hurry.
That's a promise, right? I heard you.
Yeah, okay. But I gotta go to church first.
I'll see you soon then.
Okay, Metal, let's go.
What a hilarious exchange. And I mean, yeah, I'll be home for Christmas, so... This is the last turbo cycle. And this is actually our last opportunity to save here, I believe, so let's go ahead and do that. Well, Gillian, we are heading into the bottom of the 9th. Alright, I'll save everything that has happened up until now. Yes. Let's hop into the turbo cycle. And the reason why that is the last time we can really make a save is because when we get to the final area, the density of the Snow 9 interferes with communications, right? And transmission of any data. So...
I've input the map data on the Kremlin's locations. Lift off. Flight configuration, now gaining altitude.
Jamie, please be safe.
Gillian, please keep in mind that we're working with a strict time limit.
A 50-year debt in 3 hours. Snow!
Snow 9, to be specific. We've entered the Snow 9 region. Please put on your breathing filter. Direct inhalation is dangerous.
All right.
Radio transmissions will also be impossible from this point on. Understood? Now descending. Conversion to hover configuration complete. Gillian, we've arrived.
Well... This is a very subtle hint what Metal just said, but I already explained it just before we got to this scene. If you exit here, you will not be able to save. There's a very long stretch in the endgame here. If, for whatever reason, you get a game over, you have to go all the way back to this last known save and proceed from there. I'll elaborate about this when we get to that part. But there is a difficult fight coming up, and I will resort to a mulligan if need be. We've arrived at the church. Wow, now I know why they call it their Kremlin. It's a very old church. It bears quite a resemblance to St. Basil's Cathedral. No doubt they thought the same thing. It's surrounded by a large grove of tall cedar trees. This is likely to keep just about anybody away. Given the season, a few Christmas lights would really liven up the scene. The building is about 50 years old but appears very well maintained. So where's the entrance? On the front side of the building. A sensor scan reveals that a tube liner tunnel passes directly underneath this area. Well, that's no surprise. Looks like we've got the right place. Let's go inside.
All right, now opening the door.
What's wrong? Won't open?
I've scanned it, and it's not locked. It is probably rusted into place.
Not surprising. After all, our friends always go in and out through the basement.
Let's push it together.
All right. 1, 2, 3!
That got it.
What's this? It would appear to be some kind of a chapel for the Snatchers. Are you telling me those things pray? To whom? No doubt to their creator, that portrait on the wall is probably a representation of him. Wow, alright. This person is no doubt the one the Snatchers worship as their creator. This guy. Isn't that random? One moment, I'll compare the picture with my data on random. While the facial bone structuring of the individual in the portrait is nearly identical to that of random, a positive identification is impossible as the picture is not a photograph. That just looks too much like him to be a coincidence. Well, you're not wrong. Something is written on the painting. The creator? Modnar. So this is Professor Modnar? The one the Snatcher was talking about, eh? It appears to be a portrait of that person. Everything is nice and orderly. It's as if the pre-collapsed Soviet Union has been recreated here. It's all very organized, almost inhumanly so. There's another room farther back. Now moving into the back room. Whoa, hey, that's a lot of them. Look at them all. I'm not picking up any energy readings. They are all deactivated in some kind of suspension mode. So this is their warehouse, eh? There must be a few hundred of them here. They continue all the way back. Still, this doesn't look like a factory to me. Well, yeah, these are endostructures which have yet to have the artificial skin installed. The bone sizing devices and skull slits are all still set to the smallest sizes. So their victims haven't been chosen yet. They're all just waiting their turn. There seem to be a number of containers stacked up in the back of the room. None of these Snatchers appear damaged. All they need is their energy packs. The gender units have yet to be installed, however. I do not see any tools or equipment for maintaining anything in the area. This room would appear to be just a storage area. There is some kind of a label here. 23rd Siberian Investigative Force. Siberian Investigative Force? It would appear that these Snatchers were brought to Neo Kobe from the Siberian Neutral Zone. It seems that the investigative forces have been responsible for shipping the Snatchers. In other words, the investigative forces have been snatched, just like when they found us. I see. So the SIF bring the Snatchers out of Siberia and into storage here. I think you're right, Metal, and then the Snatchers just wait here in storage to be reactivated and adjusted after their victims are selected. A rather efficient system. I wonder where the actual snatching takes place. The back part of the room may hold the answer to that question. Let's continue back. Are you ready, Gillian? Now heading for the room farther back. Holy moly, the Snatcher's culturing room. Their mechanism is operating. Gillian, there are Snatchers with their artificial skin already installed here.
This is where they fuse the artificial skin onto the Snatcher's endostructure. First, they adjust the size of the still skinless Snatcher to the size of the individual who is to be snatched. The Snatcher's overall shape and size can be adjusted by expansion or contraction of sizing rods. Their sex is controlled by gender units, which are installed at this point. Then, the face is modified to match the intended victim by adjusting the size of the upper and lower jaw, cheekbones, temporal bones, and tooth alignment.
Just like Gibson said, that means there are limits to the size of the people that they can snatch.
That's right. The limits of the mechanism mean that they can't snatch children, the elderly, or people who are very tall or heavy. And this is where the artificial muscle's attached.
Is it organic?
No, It appears to be coated with a type of plastic gel capable of mechanical response. Like human muscles, it creates mechanical energy through chemical reactions. And this is where the artificial skin is attached. In order to prevent the synthetic cells, developed using biotechnological protein design techniques, from rejecting the inorganic material below, they attach it gradually over a number of days.
And this is the stuff that gets cancer if they stay out in the sun too long.
Finally, they attach body and scalp hair. The process involves transplant of synthetic hair follicles as well, so the hair will grow back if it's lost.
What about scars or birthmarks?
It would appear that they make those adjustments at this point in the process, as they would for wrinkles to simulate age.
Well, that's an exhaustive process. The whole area is protected as a clean room. There's a door at the far end of the room. It's a small metal door with a doorknob attached. It's locked, but I should be able to open it from this side. Can we? A computer terminal is installed on each preservation cylinder. The power is on. Look at this, Gillian. The data of people to be snatched is all being neatly processed. These cylinders are used to culture the Snatcher's artificial skin. Endostructures are submerged within them.
So this is where the whole thing begins. The endostructures arrive here from the Kremlin. Then they convert them into copies of their victims. And finally, they head out into the city using the old subway system.
With artificial skin maintenance being handled at Queen's Hospital.
But who's behind all this?
Gillian, look at this. There are some finished Snatchers over here.
Get a load of this. The U.S. President, the Prime Ministers of Japan, and the U.K.
Gillian, you're in here too.
Figures. They were looking to snatch every VIP at the summit.
And the last junker, you. It definitely looks like they plan on moving out beyond Neo Kobe.
If they were to snatch every major world leader, they'd practically be able to control the planet. Still, that's odd. With their flawed skin, pulling something off like that would really be difficult.
Chin said they had found the key to developing a perfect artificial skin. Maybe they've already produced it.
No idea. But the number of Snatchers here makes it clear that they're up to something new.
Gillian, this is definitely their nest. We should destroy everything.
Not yet. Not until we found Jamie. Metal, how much time do we have left?
The summit should have begun by now. We don't have much time. And once our legal privileges are suspended, I won't be able to help. In fact, I'll be forced to restrain you.
I know. If the military wants to avoid nukes and goes for a surgical strike on this facility, what would they likely use?
Probably a phased particle beam from one of the attack satellites.
A phased particle beam, huh? That'll wipe this complex right off the map.
Everything, including the soil, will simply evaporate. The attack will leave just a large crater.
Metal, can you convince them to give me another hour? Even 30 minutes will help.
Understood. I'll try my best.
And I'll try to find and rescue Jamie in that time.
I can't transmit here due to interference from the Snow 9. I'll have to leave the area and then send the message.
All right. Do it, Metal.
Gillian, don't forget. 30 minutes. You must get out before then.
I understand.
Gillian, I'm sorry I couldn't help you better.
Don't worry about it. I'll be able to move faster by myself anyway. 30 minutes should be plenty. Go, Metal.
Yes, sir. Don't forget, 30 minutes.
This is going to be tough. There's a series of fights here. I'm going to make use of that mulligan as needed.
30 minutes? Oh, this is going to be tight. That room's the only place left to check. Let's take a look.
Here we go. Unfortunate. That is the game over. I am gonna take a mulligan here. And another one. This is rough.
I wasn't ready for that. They almost got me.
That is the toughest fight in the game.
Let's open the next door.
Without a doubt, that is the toughest fight in the entire game. Not over yet.
Doesn't look like there's anything here. Whoa!
The thing with the Snatcher fight is that they're never going to appear in the top center top. They will appear everywhere else except the top center grid. But they fire really quickly.
Jeez, these guys are tough. Of course, I didn't exactly expect them to welcome me with open arms. Okay, let's try this next door.
Absolutely hold your fire here. You do not need to draw your blaster. If you shoot her, it's game over.
Jamie, are you all right?
Gillian, you came for me.
Are you hurt?
No, they won't lay a finger on me. Not until the new artificial skin is completed anyway.
Artificial skin research? You?
Gillian, I've got my memory back. All of it.
What happened? Tell me, Jamie.
They said they'd kill him. They said they'd kill Harry. They forced me. I had to help them with the skin development. They said I had to help them because the professor was ill. Wasn't getting any better. Gillian, the engineer Harry, he's our son. He's been living on his own now for 50 years.
Jamie, I'm afraid that Harry's...
There was nothing I could do. They forced me. But I can't do it anymore.
Jamie!
The professor, he just died. He was over 100.
The professor? What? This old man?
Don't you remember? It's Professor Modner. Professor Petrovich Modner.
What? This old man is Modner?
He's been confined here for 3 years now, just to develop the Snatcher's artificial skin. Terrible. Doing that to your own father.
Whose father? Jamie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
You really can't remember, can you?
Jamie, tell me. Tell me who I am. What were we doing at the Kremlin?
Are you sure you really want me to, Gillian? It's all so awful, but if you must know, I'll tell you. Try to remain calm, okay? 56 years ago, you and I were involved in a top-secret Soviet project. It was still during the time of the Cold War. The gulf between East and West was as wide as ever. Everybody was worried about nukes. At that point, the world's armies were at their largest ever. Leaders still believed that a strong military meant a strong nation. There were rumors that there would be an agreement to end the production of nuclear weapons. On the other hand, the major powers like the US began to get involved in a space weapons race. But not the Soviets. The conservative despots in the Kremlin had another, completely different idea for gaining military superiority. A horrible plan, something no one else would think of. At that time, the countries of the communist bloc were facing an economic crisis. Popular movements pushing for democracy were springing up all over. Communism itself was facing extinction. Facing pressure from the reformers, the Kremlin began to panic. And that's when that horrible, childish plan was launched.
And that was the Snatcher project. Replace your enemy's leaders with puppets of your own. Then you control their governments, their economies, take over a country from the inside out.
That's right, Gillian. And to develop these robots, they assembled some of the most brilliant scientific minds from around the world. Some of them were even brought in against their will. At the crux of that development effort was a group called the Frankenstein Project Team. You and I were members of that team, Gillian. It was a 4-person team led by the late Professor Modner here. The robotics expert was Professor Modner himself. His son, Elijah Modner, handled genetics and microbiology. For nanobiology and picobiology, myself. And for behavioral science and psychology, you, Gillian. Early development was carried out at a lab in Novosibirsk, but was later moved to a secret facility under the Kremlin. At the time, the Glasnost and Perestroika movements were gaining momentum, and they rightly feared for the existence of the program if it should become known. But some of the reformers did learn of the project, and they conspired with the US to block it. Gillian, you were a CIA special agent sent by the United States to infiltrate and sabotage the project.
I was CIA?
Yes, and the government knows that. That's why you were assigned to the Junker team.
What? Who am I?
Work on the project continued to go smoothly. But then, on June 6th, 1996, there was that accident. A mysterious explosion at the Chernobyl facility spread a bacterial weapon that was under development there into the atmosphere, destroying the country and the project. Gillian, was it you? Did you set off that explosion?
What? You can't be serious. You think I caused the catastrophe?
Somehow, during the confusion, Professor Modner and our son Harry managed to get picked up by American agents. But we couldn't get out in time. You and I and Elijah. In a shelter below the Kremlin, we entered a cryogenic sleep. Our plan was to sleep there until the toxic effects of the bacteria were safely passed.
And then 48 years later, 3 years ago, we were discovered by the 17th Special Investigative Force.
Yes, but when they found us, Elijah's pod was already empty.
Elijah Modner? That guy whose picture was in the church? The one that looks like Random?
That's right, Elijah is alive. Elijah is here and working on the Snatchers.
Why don't you let me finish your little story?
Who's there?
It's been a while, hasn't it, Jamie? Ah, yes. And Gillian. It's me, Jamie.
Elijah? Is that really you?
Random? No, not quite.
So you remember me, do you? I am Elijah Modnar, the only son of Professor Petrovich Modnar. I'm afraid I've grown somewhat old and feeble since we last met, however.
Elijah, why are you doing this? Your father, Professor Modner, he passed away a few minutes ago.
What? My father is dead?
Elijah, what happened to you? The Elijah I knew could never do anything like this.
I've changed, Jamie. These 40 years have changed me.
I can't believe it. What happened to you?
What happened to me? Jamie, do I actually have to explain it to you? Jamie, it's you. Your beauty is the cause of all that has come to pass here. 57 years ago, I was obsessed. With my research, yes. And with you, Jamie. At the time, I was still young, having just graduated with my genetic engineering degree. My father's connections got me on the team, and there, I met you. You were working as my father's assistant. Your beauty, your smile, I was stricken. I saw something in you that I never felt with women of my own country. You warmed my cold, young heart, Jamie. You opened me up, and I couldn't stop my feelings.
Elijah.
Oh, I was so happy. The political situation was crumbling around us, but every day was a joy. I gained my father's trust, and with you there watching over me, I was able to work as hard as I ever have on the project. However, my happiness did not last for long. Gillian, it was you. You showed up and all was ruined. You arrived and joined our project team. Far from home, Jamie found comfort in a man from the same land. Your relationship grew quickly, and all I could do was stand by and watch. Jamie and Gillian fell in love, were joined, and even had a child.
Harry.
Even then, my feelings for you only grew stronger. Worried about me, my father tried to have me removed from the project, but I persisted. Jamie, I always wanted to be near you. And then, the democratic movements that had consumed the rest of the Eastern Bloc spread to our country as well. The Cold War was over. The hardliners who had pushed for its development were stripped of power and the project was cancelled. The reformers, trying to cover up the existence of such a crazed project, ordered that all materials related to it be destroyed and that we stand trial for our actions. Jamie and Gillian were to be returned to their homeland. That's about the time that I learned that you, Gillian, that you were a CIA agent, and that you were trying to pass documents on our research to your military. The country had sold us out. I'm no politician. I couldn't care less about what happened to the country. All I cared about was my research and Jamie. And I was to lose all of that, everything. For someone so young, you cannot understand how great of a shock that was.
Elijah.
That is when I decided, I swore I would see that secret, crazed project through to the end. At the time, the bioroids were 80% finished. The main part, their endostructure, was essentially completed. But we still were having trouble with the artificial skin, the area that Jamie and I were assigned to. We called it artificial skin, but there was of course no need to duplicate T lymphocytes, Langerhans cells, or endocrine cells. All we needed was keratinized cells and melanocytes to provide the pigment. With the artificial protein development techniques that we had in those days, full-scale synthetic cell development was very difficult. Research like this took months, years. The original project called for us to simultaneously snatch an entire country. In other words, a whole nation, or an entire city had to be snatched over the course of one night. For that reason, a powerful biological agent, which could quickly and effectively kill the population of the country, was being simultaneously developed.
Lucifer Alpha.
That's right. A type RAO11 virus which another team was developing. For someone like myself, who was closely involved in the project, blowing up the lab was quite a simple task.
My God, Elijah, do you know what you're saying? That explosion killed half the world's population.
I moved all the materials and records essential to the Bioroid project into the shelter and executed my plan on June 6th. After sealing off the lab, I brought the two of you with me to the underground shelter, and we entered a cryogenic sleep. But not before I programmed an atmospheric research satellite to transmit a wake signal when the danger from Lucifer Alpha had passed.
And 10 years later, Lucifer Alpha naturally mutated into a non-toxic form.
But the automatic revival system failed to work.
Oh no, it worked. Just as planned. It revived me 10 years later. A little sooner than the two of you, of course.
But even though you sealed the lab with the explosion and everything, you should have been exposed. Why weren't you?
Oh, I was. But by that time, the vaccine L Angels had already been developed.
So everything went just as you planned it then?
Yes, up until that point. But my real struggle was yet to come. My original plan was to revive Jamie as well, and for the two of us to finish the development of the bioroids. You, Gillian, you were to stay asleep forever. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Not after looking at Jamie's peaceful face there in the pod. Besides, I could never have convinced her to work with me on the project anyway. I knew the time was not yet right, so I changed the timers of your pods to permanent on.
How could you do such a thing?
And so for the next 40 years, I worked alone in that cold and lonely room under the Kremlin, trying to complete the artificial skin for the Snatchers. For days and days, no one would visit me. I never saw the sun or felt the changing of the seasons. Still, I always had Jamie by my side. You were always there for me to talk to. Just you and I for 40 years in that dark cellar.
Oh, you poor, poor man.
And then, 3 years ago, my research was finally completed. First, I snatched the Siberian Special Investigative Forces to establish a transport route for the Snatchers. And then, to test the effect of large-scale snatch operations, I chose Neo-Kobe City to be my experimental sample. Neo-Kobe is cut off from the surrounding areas, a sort of miniature country in itself, making it a perfect test site. And since it's a melting pot of various races, it would also allow me to gather extensive data on Snatcher modification and operational techniques. In addition, the element of suspicion or mistrust, which runs deep in Japanese culture, was another reason I chose this site.
But your test revealed a critical flaw in your machine's artificial skin.
Yes, quite unexpected, I'm afraid. All my research for 40 years. I gathered data and worked day and night to find a solution, but nothing seemed to work.
So that's why you decided to bring Professor Modner here, right?
That's correct. I discovered my father in one of the government's hospitals. He was old, but still very sound of mind. Naturally, he would not cooperate with me.
Of course not. He'd never become involved in something like that.
So, unable to receive his assistance, I decided that I had to have yours. But a mistake on my part allowed both you and Gillian to be taken into custody by the authorities first.
Just what are you trying to accomplish, Elijah? You must know you can never get Jamie back.
I'm only interested in discovering what I can of the human animal. In the past, it was because of Jamie. My motive is different now.
It sounds like you're just suffering from the wild arrogance that corrupts so many scientists.
Humans are such weak creatures. No matter how much they trust one another, the tiniest speck of suspicion can destroy it all. Look at how the Snatcher problem has caused such wild unrest. No matter how much science advances or how high we set our ideals, we eventually begin to suspect each other, to hate each other, and then to kill each other. The Snatchers are nothing more than a tool for bringing out this reaction. I am simply using the Snatchers to elicit the true nature of the human animal. I think this experiment has shown me the limits of human society. I sincerely doubt it will be able to reach any greater level of prosperity on its own. If human society ever hopes to reach greater heights, what is needed is an absolute leader, a firm ruler who isn't affected by these trivial episodes of mistrust.
You're crazy if you think people would ever obey Snatchers.
Of course they wouldn't. But if they don't know, they cannot object. There has been a time in every age that the people have longed for a god to lead them. As long as they give the people no reason to suspect them, then they can easily become their gods, indeed, a new race of super beings. We are almost there. Once we perfect the artificial skin, Snatchers will transcend man to become this planet's true human beings.
But you'll never get your perfect skin now. Professor Modner is dead.
I no longer have any use for my father. I have a sample of the new skin he developed. Once I've analyzed it, I'll be able to make as much as I need. Or if need be, we could simply culture the keratinized cells, epithelial cells, and melanocytes in the quantities that we need.
What are you talking about? How could you get a sample of perfected artificial skin?
Why don't you take a look at this? We found this in the rubble of Queen's Hospital.
Wow.
Random.
Oh, an acquaintance of yours?
He's a Snatcher?
That term isn't exactly accurate. This bioroid was constructed by my father without my knowledge. He modeled it after me in my youth. He built it right here in this facility. And not only that, he programmed it to destroy Snatchers. This bioroid caused me serious difficulties. It's designed and built far better than my Snatchers. The machine itself thought it was human. My father input memories for it all the way back to childhood. Those too were apparently mine. Haven't you yet realized? Random Hajil is Elijah Modner spelled backwards. How like my father, silly old man. He did virtually overnight what I could not do in 40 years of effort. Furthermore, he makes a bioroid so perfect, even the bioroid itself believes itself to be real. What's more, The cells of the skin he developed are self-replicating. Once in place, no further transplants or culturing is necessary.
Is he dead?
Its main and locomotive systems are completely shut down. It's just scrap now. But the artificial skin is being kept alive. This we need. With this, we can move to phase 2 of our plan of full-scale infiltration of the world's major nations.
The summit's already over. You'll never succeed.
What does the summit matter? Nothing holds us back now that we have this perfect skin. We can go anywhere we want, and there will be no way to tell us apart. I will have free control over the world. Nothing will be able to stop me. Politics and free thought will no longer have any meaning. My will alone will decide the course of human history.
You egomaniac. Do you think you can snatch the entire population?
There's a fully automated Snatcher factory under the Kremlin. Even as we speak, scores of new Snatchers are being born.
But no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to snatch the people's heart and soul. What do you hope to gain from this anyway?
Jamie, the human race is composed of fools. But I'm different. I will be its savior. Indeed, not just of mankind, but of all life on the planet.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Metal!
In 10 minutes, this church will be struck by a phased particle beam. I am guiding the beam from the attack satellite using GPS and 15 navigational satellites. The beam cannot miss. Everything in a 2 to 3 kilometer radius from me will be destroyed.
Stop this foolishness now. I will not have my research destroyed by some souped-up pocket calculator.
Metal, what happened at the summit?
The delegates, worried about the Snatcher menace, voted unanimously to allow the use of nuclear weapons on the city. The military is presently imposing a quarantine on Neo Kobe.
What? Do they intend to kill everybody?
The populace is in a state of panic. However, they have agreed to lift the quarantine if this church is struck by the phased particle beam. This is our last chance. I will handle things here. Gillian, Jamie, you two must flee.
You insignificant mass of metal. You'll never...
One move and I detonate. Gillian, run!
Metal, this is crazy!
We can't let a single Snatcher get out of here. And this new artificial skin has to be destroyed as well.
I will not allow some talking scrap pile to get away with this. If you're the aiming point for the beam, then I'll just have you thrown out of here. Grab this little one and take him out of here. Cowardly little robot.
You always were a real pain in the butt.
What's that?
What? How did... You're supposed to be deactivated.
I don't go down that easy, old man.
Stop this foolish...
Shut up! Let's try to make our final moments peaceful, shall we? And you Snatchers, you touch the little guy and the old man's head comes off.
Random!
I've always hated being used. Why don't you watch the final act with me?
Gillian, you only have 5 minutes. The turbo cycle is just outside on standby. Use that to flee.
Let me go. I'm Elijah Modner. I'm your original.
I don't care if I'm an original or a copy or what. You and I are gonna die right here. If we both die, there won't be a copy anymore now, will there?
The stupid logic of a simpleton, of a machine.
Whatever it is, it's my will.
Machines have no will. Machines cannot sacrifice themselves.
We'll see about that.
You have 4 minutes. minutes! You must go! And don't forget to take care of the factory under the Kremlin!
Stop! Gillian, even if these memories in my head are fiction...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Our memories of our time together are all too real, Random.
Gillian, you become one hell of a junker.
Gillian, it has been most recreational being your partner.
Oh, metal!
If you can, try to pick up the pieces for me, okay? Like we did for Little John?
Little John? Oh! Okay, Metal.
Hurry! You only have 3 minutes!
Thanks! Thanks, you two! Jamie, come on!
No! Don't let her go! No!
You pathetic old fool! You don't even know how to love someone!
You stupid machine! What is that idiotic grin supposed to mean?
By snatching you, I'm finally gonna get my real self back!
Random, there's less than 1 minute to go. Thanks to you, everything will be fine.
You don't owe me any thanks. Sorry to get you involved in such a big job. You did great. You're a hell of a junker.
3, 2, 1, here it comes!
Later, kid!
So you're really going, aren't you?
It's our responsibility, too. Besides, if I go to Moscow, I may get some of my memory back. And if that happens, I'll be able to love you even more than I do now. Wait for me. I want to be with you, but first I've got to destroy this terrible factory of theirs. Jamie, when I get back, let's try living together again. What do you say?
13 Special Operations Squad and all junker personnel. Report immediately for departure.
We'll be waiting for you, too.
Katrina! Mika! You're here too?
You better be happy, Buster, with all these beautiful women seeing you off.
I'm happy you came. Let me introduce my wife.
Jamie Seed. I suppose it's a little odd introducing myself a second time, though.
What do you mean? You've never met them before, have you?
What are you talking about, Gillian? We're good friends.
Huh? Since when?
It's the first time I've met her in person, but I've spoken with her on the video phone a lot of times.
What? Have you guys been talking about me behind my back?
Well, we've come to pretty much the end of this. That was about, what, a half hour long of cutscenes? That's for the amount of people that were complaining about Metal Gear Solid 4's ending, you know the one I mean. This almost takes the cake. So, yeah, let's talk to them and put an end to this. Trying to learn more about you was what got our relationship started. Before I knew it, we really became close, didn't we? Our relationship has gone beyond just being friends. Beyond just friends? That sounds pretty... Gillian, please. Oh, don't be stupid, Gillian. You have such a warped mind sometimes, you know. And let's talk to you, Katrina. I was telling Mika about how lonely it was being home alone all the time, and she told me that Jamie was always worried about me, so I gave her a video phone call. With even Alice gone, I was really lonely. Katrina. They're both so easy to talk to, it's like I've got two real sisters now. That's awfully sweet of them. They're just like family to me now. While you're away, I hope it's okay for Jamie to come and live with me. Yeah, I have no problem with that at all. It will shorten my commute as well, so I'll be killing two birds with one stone. Great, I'm so happy. It's so nice to have somebody else living in the house with me. This kid has had such a rough time. She lost almost everything practically overnight. She's done a really great job. I owe her a lot of thanks. I'm really sorry for all the worry I've caused you. I'm so tired of living alone. Maybe I'll ask Katrina if I can move in with her in the near future. Well, she just offered and you just accepted, so... I feel almost as if I've got a new little sister. It's really wonderful. Katrina is such a cheerful and sweet kid.
So have they finalized what they're going to do about Junker operations? I suppose this will end up being our last mission, huh?
Well, originally they were planning on disbanding the team, but now they've decided to keep us in business.
So that means...
That's right. We've been designated as one of the government's special police divisions. That puts us above the regular cops.
So the government has decided that crime by machines poses a bigger threat than crime by humans from here on out, huh?
They've chosen the new chief, too. So when you get back, you'll get to meet the new head honcho.
Well, it's comforting to know I've got a place I can come back to.
Have a safe trip, Colonel Seed. So, here's the thing. The ranking changes depending on how well you've processed the clues, as well as how you did during your all of the battle encounters. So with the Insectors, with the Snatchers, everything. I'm pretty sure number of saves also count too. But generally speaking, and I want to just double check to make sure that I got the information right here. Snatcher ranks. So there's 5. From bottom up, it's Second Lieutenant, Captain, Major, Colonel, which is what we got here, and General Seed. So Colonel being the second best one, I definitely took some hits in the combat segments. I may have taken way too long in analyzing some of the clues here. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this one. I don't think I've ever gotten General yet, so I may do another run of this. Not on stream, but definitely in my spare time, because I definitely want to do a little better on that Super Insector fight, and yeah. So I'm happy with this. What? Me, a colonel? This I can deal with. For a military man like me, it's quite an honor.
Whatever you do, just come home safe, okay?
When you get back from this job, you still have a dinner date to keep with me, you know.
Don't worry. I won't forget my promises to either of you. Oops, almost forgot. Of course, I'll want to spend some private moments with my wife, too, huh? What's wrong, Jamie?
Harry and I will be waiting for you to get home.
That's Harry's hat.
We can do it this time, Gillian. Not some fake couple like before, but with love and trust.
I know, Jamie.
Take care, Gillian.
I'll see you, Jamie.
Wait! Wait for me! Take me with you, please!
You? Metal?
Yes, sir! We didn't have a good frame to work with, so this is just a temporary body. Just call me Metal Gear, Sega CD for now.
So they found your memory chip in one piece, eh?
Random protected it from the blast of the beam.
Random, huh? Wait a second. I've heard that sneeze somewhere before.
Really? I didn't hear anything. Anyway, I want to know if you'll take me with you. Please, Gillian, please take me with you.
Hurry up and get on board, partner.
Yes, sir, Gillian.
Throughout history, suspicion has always bred conflict. The real conflict, though, resides in people's hearts. This conflict has just begun.
And that's it. That's credits. So yeah, with the way metal shows up at the end, the frame, so to speak, changes depending on what version of the game or what platform you're playing on. Here, obviously, you see the Sega Genesis Mark II and the Sega CD. If you were playing the PC Engine version, you would see metal on the PC Engine, and in the PlayStation release, which is based off of this Sega CD release, metal would be using a PlayStation console as a frame. I absolutely love this game. To me, this isn't quite a Hideo Kojima game, just quite yet, but you can see that in a lot of the writing, or at least as best as it's translated and localized here, his writing is starting to get very, very close to the style that people attribute to him, I guess. As of the Metal Gear Solid games, especially Metal Gear Solid 1, with its themes of was very heavy anti-war themes and tackling the issues of nuclear deterrence at the time. A theme that would also continue, of course, in later games, including Peace Walker. This, though, I still feel is one of the essentials, and definitely a must-play for any, not just a Hideo Kojima fan, but as a Konami fan. Stellar voice cast. And I mean, what else is there to say? This is a fantastic text game. And it really is a shame that this game hasn't had a re-release yet. But who knows, right? This is what, end of 2024? Even Tokimeki Memorial has a yet another re-release of its Forever With You edition on the PS1, so I guess anything's possible, you know. It's not too unrealistic to believe that a Snatcher re-release will come at some point. The closest we've ever been was basically DLC for Metal Gear Solid 5. It's the one where Cyber Ninja Raiden running around and killing Snatchers. But as we're coming to the end of the credits here, I just wanted to thank everyone who stuck around in chat, everyone who's come and seen the stream. Thank you for coming along with me to experience this magical Christmas game. We'll get to the end screen here, and I'll see you in the next stream, whenever that may be. Have a very Merry Christmas.